Hello, listeners. Hi, my name is Madhavi, and I'm so happy to have you on UppTalk. You have come to the right place if you want to learn about IT and do really cool things with your hands. We are not just another IT company when I say UppTalk. Think of us as your learning partner dedicated to helping you reach your full potential. We have top notch hands on courses to help you build your business, whether you are new to technology or want to move up in your current job. Let's look around this as our first step towards learning.
As I mentioned in this course, we'll talk about Workday Advanced Reports, we'll talk about Matrix reports, we'll talk about trending reports, we'll of course talk about all the different calculated fields, and then we'll also talk about a bit of search reports. They're all very similar to how an advanced report is built. We'll talk a bit about inbox reports, again, very similar. We'll also talk a bit about a composite report and we'll also look at the use cases of a composite reporting. Since you guys are already using Workday ecosystem, I would not spend a lot of time on the introduction. Usually I spend one or at least 1.5 hour right from the scratch wherein I talk about what are the different report types in Workday. What is a report? Write a report. What is an espresso report? And on and forth. Instead of covering that, what I'll do is I'll ask you guys that I understand what you know and what you don't know. And if there's something which you would still need some inputs on, I'll start with that topic. Since you guys are already in Workday ecosystem, I'm sure you guys are already aware that there are Workday reports are broadly categorized into two categories, right? We have Workday standard reports and then we have Workday custom reports, right? What are the two different types of standard reports in the system? Simple and advanced, I think. No, those are custom reports. Those are custom reports. Within advanced reports, we have two types of advanced reports. The first one is before I even go there. Do you guys understand what is an object model in Workday? I'm sure you guys are already aware. Workday is a completely OOPs-based programming language, right? And when I say OOPs, object-oriented programming, it's a very generic term which is used across, for example, right from C++, Java, and many other technologies. They all use OOPs, right? Now in OOPs, everything is an object. And when you guys build your reports, you guys would have also used objects. In reporting context, we call it a primary business object. We'll talk about what is an object. You guys would have already come across this in your HCM certification. But then in the context of reporting, we'll drill down into OOPs a bit more detail. And that will help you understand the relationship between primary business object, related business objects, and how we get data and fields. That whole concepts of that relationship and how that is leveraged by Workday reporting. We'll talk about OOPs as well. As I mentioned, standard reports, in turn, are of two types. The first is report writer reports. Heard of it. And the second one is the espresso report. And what is the difference between a report writer report and espresso report? I think report writer is you can create a report, but you need to have access of a report writer, and espresso reports are delivered reports, right? Workday delivered. All right. Correct partially. All standard reports are Workday delivered. That's why we call them standard reports. All Workday delivered reports are referred to as standard reports, right? which means we have standard report writer reports and standard espresso reports. The second thing, all reports that you build in the system, right, or they would have been built during your implementation, they are called custom reports. These are also known as tenanted reports. I'm sure you have heard of tenanted data and non-tenanted data. All data that is Workday delivered, which means which is same across the tenants, right? This is known as non-tenanted data, not tenant specific. Any configuration that you do, any data that you transaction that you perform in the system, any report that you build in the system is tenanted because it's tenant specific. Unless you move it to other tenants in the system in your landscape, that data is just available in that one tenant, or that configuration or that report is just available in that one tenant. All the reports that are built right by the users, by the implementers, by your administrators, they are all custom reports, right? All standard reports are all Workday delivered. They are broadly, not broadly, there are two types report writers and espresso reports. Now, what is the difference? To understand that difference, how can I check all the standard reports in the system? Is there a way I can know how many standard reports are there? Or let's say your client asks you, can you please get me? I need this data to look at compensation details of the employees, right? And the first thing that you do is there a report available? Is there a standard report available for that? How do you know what standard reports are available in a specific area? Let's say composition or absences or payroll and on and forth. Is there a way I can check that? You can check all standard reports in the system. For that as well, Workday has delivered a report, and the report is called Workday Standard Reports. If you go to this report, it will give you all these standard reports or Workday delivered reports. Now you can run this report by selecting a specific category. For example, you want to see the reports which are available within compensation, right? I can either select a specific category and click on, and then it will give me reports from that category. And within compensation, there are 150 reports. When I go there, it shows me the category that report belongs to, the name of the report, a brief description of what data that report gets you, but then the report type as well. If you look at the type, you have a report, writer reports, and then espresso reports, and these are the only two types of Workday standard reports. The second thing, if you see there are some probably around 100 or categories in this list. If you want to get, I think it's 160 or categories. One way to do is either you select all categories. There are 200 plus categories, right? Or the second way is you don't select any data and simply click. In either of those cases, it will give you all the reports. Now, why is this the case when you don't select any data in the prompt? It gives you all data. We'll talk about this when we look at our own advanced reporting. Now, because I have not selected a specific category, if you see, it gives me some. These are the overall number of reports that Workday has delivered. Write once again report, writer or espresso. The question is, what is the difference between report writer report and an espresso report? This is where you mention that report writer reports can be built, and this is where that confusion arises. Whenever you see a standard report, the first thing to know is you cannot edit a standard report. A standard report cannot be edited, modified, changed, deleted. You can hide them if you want to. And I'll talk about that. How do you hide a standard report? I'll talk about that in a bit. But before that, let's say you want to modify a standard report, right? Your client has said, can you give me some compensation data? And you see that there is a standard report available which matches your requirement. You just need to add one more column. That's all you have to do. Probably you just need to change your filter a bit. If there's a standard report available which matches your requirement, probably 90%, 99%, 6%. You don't want to build a custom report from scratch, right? Now what do you do? What you can do is you can take a standard report, you can copy into a custom report, and then do whatever modifications you want to do. Standard reports cannot be edited, deleted, modified, but they can be copied into custom reports. You can take a standard report, copy it, it becomes your custom report, and then you can do whatever modifications you want. The advantage is now you have the entire standard report available, and then you can add your columns, delete your columns, or whatever basic modifications you want to do. But then when you want to copy a standard report, that's where the difference between these two report types come. Let's quickly see that. If I go back, I'm not. Let's go to compensation once again. Let's take this report. What I'll do is I'll open another tab. I'll open two tabs. First, let's look at this report allowance plan, right? All right, I'll select any allowance plan. Let's take the very first one. At the same time, let's also copy this report and run it in the other tab that we have opened. Right. Again, a report. Let's run it. It doesn't give me any data. That's what we are not interested in, the data right now. Now, this is where the difference between these two reports come. Now, if you see, this is a report of type report writer. Actual increase less than statutory minimum. This is a report, writer report. Now, when I run it, what I can do is I can go to the additional actions of this standard report and then copy it. Right. I can copy a standard report of type report writer into a custom report. When I go in here, I'm going to copy it. Right. It gives me the same name. Suffixes copy at the end. If I want, I can go ahead and change the name based on my requirement. And now when I click, it has copied the entire standard report for me, including the filters, including sub-filters, including prompts, everything except for, obviously, the share option. When you initially create a report, that report is not available to anyone. You've copied a standard report to custom report. Now you can do whatever modifications you want and then you can share with it with your users. That is a report of type report writer. Now let's see what's happening with this other report, which is of type espresso. When I go in here again, I have this additional actions or the related actions button. But then the difference is this related actions is not the related actions of the report itself. If you see, this is related actions of the plan that you're looking at. Any standard report of type espresso cannot be copied to create a custom report. Right? And the reason you can copy a report of type report writer to create a custom report is because the tool that we use in Workday to build our reports, which is integrated within the Workday tenant, that tool is known as a report writer. All the custom reports that we create in the system, they are all of type report writer. And that's why any standard report which is of type report writer can be copied as well. We do not or we cannot create any espresso type of reports. That's why any report which is of type espresso Workday delivered cannot be copied into a custom report because custom reports are of type report writer. Make sense? Yes? Report writer. Reports can be copied. I maintain these notes. If you guys think this is not relevant for you and you wouldn't want me to do that, I wouldn't maintain these notes for you. Usually, when I take these classes, I'll maintain these high-level notes and then I share it. It's nice. That's good. That's good. We want the notes. That's perfect. A report writer. Report can be copied into a custom report. Now, if you see, you have copied a standard report, this one, and you have done whatever modifications that were relevant. And now this report is available. The problem is when you obviously the same people who currently have access to this report, they are the ones maybe, let's say, your compensation partners, they have said, we have this report, or can you give us some additional fields? The problem is when they run this report or any person who has access searches for this report, they'll come across both these reports. Now, that would lead to confusion because you have copied a standard report into a custom report. Now, you don't want this standard report to be visible, right? You want to hide it. Now, there's no option of sharing a standard report or not sharing a standard report. Anyone who has the access to the relevant domains, they automatically get access to the standard report. Now, what do? What you can do is you can hide standard reports. What is the task? Let me quickly check. I think probably I do not have access to the task. This is the task. Hide Workday delivered reports. I think I do not have access to that task. No one currently has access to this task. Let me quickly change the access. What user are we logged in as? This is usually the final when you do any implementation because that's where all your custom reports are built. Before, usually when you go live, the final or one of the final steps for your report delivery is that all those standard reports which are not required or which have been copied, they are all hidden. This is one of the go live tasks within the reporting workstream. It's a very simple task, just like anything else in Workday. When we hide the reports, like for example, we have to migrate, how do we have to do it in the production tenant or its standard reports or any which is available, right? You don't have to migrate any standard reports. Do we hide directly in production? Yes, that's what we do. We directly hide in production because there's no migration or package that is created for this. This is not enabled. Let me quickly enable that. This is enabled. No permissions granted. Permissions. Will give access. I'm not talking about any one of these because I understand you guys would already be aware of what I'm doing. I'm basically modifying a domain and giving access that they could be. They would be able to access that. I think Logan McNeely is a report administrator. We'll also talk about report security, which is again very similar to any other part of security but behaves a bit different. We'll also see one question. We'll see all calculated fields right here. Perfect. Now I can go in here. I can, if a given report, before you can hide a report, you need to know that if a given report is being referenced somewhere, for example, if that report is part of some dashboard, then you'll not be able to hide, right? And it will show you the report usage. Let's say this report is being used in some dashboard, right? Either standard or custom dashboard, then Workday would not allow you to hide that report. It will show you this report is being already used, let's say in some integration, some EIB or any other dashboard or on and forth. Now what I can do is this report is hidden, which means even if I have access, I'll not be as an end user or any user for that matter. When I search for this report, That report will not be visible anymore. Users will now only be able to search for the custom report and not the standard report. It wouldn't show me the custom report as well because the custom report that I created that's currently not shared with anyone. Right? If I come back and unhide it now, and now when I search it, see now the report is available. Is there a task to find all the hidden reports? Like, how do I find? If you go to this task, it will automatically show you all the reports that are hidden. Maybe you don't want to change them for now. But if you go to this task, it will show you all hidden reports. Right? To hide, we have the task. Right. Sorry. The task is hide. Workday delivered reports. I believe I'm spelling it right. Hide Workday delivered report. Hide any standard reports in the system. Tell me one thing. Can this task be used to hide both standard reports as well as custom reports, or do you think it can only be used to hide a standard report? Standard report. And how do I hide a custom report? I will not give them the access in the Share tab. The way I hide a custom report is by simply removing the Share access. I'll simply say do not share with anyone. And that's all you need to do for hiding custom report. That is broadly how I can categorize the Workday reports. Similar to how we have seen this report, right? Workday standard reports. Is there a way I can check custom reports in the system? I think it's view custom reports. That's one way. But then I want to see all custom reports in the system. Then I think it would be all custom reports. Perfect. We have this task called all custom reports and you can use this task. To view all the custom reports in the system, and this actually comes in very handy. The very first project that I did, that was almost 5 years back, was an optimization project. What they wanted was they had almost 3,000 plus custom reports in the system. People with access, they create reports and then they leave it. There are duplicate reports and on and forth. They wanted to optimize their report inventory. They wanted to view all the custom reports in the system and then give recommendations. Some reports are not relevant. Hide them, delete them. If there are different versions of the same report with slight modifications, combine them and on and forth. One of the and almost 50% of my work I could manage because of this report. What it does is it gives you some very useful metrics. Of course, it gives you all the custom reports in the system, the report type, the data source, the category, and on and forth, the report owner, but then the security group that report is shared with. If it is shared with security groups, it is shared with which users it is shared with, what landing pages it is part of, whether it is a table type, chart type, and on and forth. In addition to that, it also gives me all these metrics. It basically shows me when was the report created, when was it last updated, and then when was it last executed, and how many times has it been executed in the last 6 months. Now this metrics actually came in very handy because let's say if a given report, this is what we did. If a given report is not shared with anyone, and if it has not been executed or probably just executed once in the last 6 months or never executed, or the last run date was maybe a year back, then we know that that report is not relevant. Nobody is using that and we can actually delete it. This actually gives a lot of useful metrics. The advantage is you can simply copy this report and then there's a lot of other metrics that you can add based on your requirement. This is based on a data source called custom reports wherein you can add, it's based on a business objects called custom reports, and then you can add a lot of other fields if you want to understand the data. This is one report, and you also mentioned about view custom report. Now tell me, how is view custom report different from this report? Obviously, one difference is this report shows you all the custom reports in the system. View custom report shows you one report at a time. But apart from that, is there any difference? Again, if the question didn't make sense, let me rephrase it. One difference is all custom reports. We list out all the custom reports in the system, whereas View Custom Report allows you to select any custom report and then look at the details. That's what we use View Custom Report for. Except for this difference between these two tasks, is there any other difference that you know? Or that you can think of? In your production system, you may have hundreds of reports, right? Any typical implementation may have 500,000, 2,000 custom reports in the system. Would you have access to all of those custom reports? No, right? For example, this custom report, if you see, it's grayed out to me and I do not have access to it. Right, this report, it's highlighted and I know that I have access to this report. Right, in production system issue comes. Someone tells you this report is not giving me any data. Right, or someone just wants you to look at some custom report and you don't have access to that custom report, which means if I search for this report, because I don't have access to this report, I'll not be able to search it. Right. If you are a report writer, if you are a report administrator, you should have access to view a report, or at least the definition of a report, even if you don't have access to it. Right now, View Custom Report allows you to do that. Even if I don't have access to this report, because the report is not shared with me, but then I am a report admin, which means I should be able to view the definition of this report. I can use this report to look at the definition of this report, filter prompts, and on and forth. And from here, I can manage or administer this report. We see, because this report is not shared with me, I'll not be able to run it. right? I still cannot run it because the report is not shared with me, but I can still look at the details of this report. And from here, I can make other administrative changes. For example, I can transfer the ownership of this report. Or even if this report is not shared with me, I can edit it and then share it with myself to run it. And then once all the changes are done, I can edit it back and again unshare it for myself. Right View Custom Report allows you to view a report even if that report is not shared with you. View Custom Report. This task or this report is only accessible if you are a report writer or a report administrator. This task is not available to every user in the system. Makes sense. To view all custom reports in the tenant and only available to admins. When I say admins, I mean report admins allows you to look at report definition and perform administrative tasks. Perfect. Now, what are the two aspects or what are the two objects I would need or need to know if I'm building a custom report? When you build a custom report, what is the first thing that you need to know or you usually do? Even for the basic reports that you've been billing, data source. And I think business object. What is a business object? What is a data source? When you select a data source on your report, what does that data source do? Or what do you basically analyze before you decide I'm going to select this particular data source? Now, this is where the object-oriented programming or the concept of object comes into picture. Now, as I mentioned, objects are not Workday specific. In fact, this technology has been in use, I think, for more than 20 years. The first concept of objects came about with C++. I'm sure we have all studied it during our engineering. We have this concept of an object, and that is what Workday refers to as a business object. And now, an object basically has three components. Right. The first of those components are the attributes of that object. The second of those components are the instances of that object. And the third of those components are the actions that can be performed on that object. Right. For example, and this was a classic example that I learned when I was doing C2Civ in my college days, an example of an object. A car is an example of an object. Right. What are the attributes of a car? The car has a steering wheel. A car has four tires. It has a windshield. These are all attributes of a car. Every object has attributes. Right. Again, a very generic example. Now, in the context of Workday, what is an object? Basically, everything is an object, right? When you say a worker, worker is an object in Workday, right? When you say a position again, position is an object in Workday, right? Everything that you take organization, it's an object. Report is an object. Plan is an object. An absence is an object. Time off is an object, and on and forth. Everything in Workday is an object. As I mentioned, an object has attributes. What are the attributes of an object? For example, worker. The name of the worker is an object, is his attribute. Right? The age of the worker is an attribute. The gender of the worker is an attribute. The date of birth, the position that the worker occupies, that the address of the worker or the dependence of the worker. These are all attributes of a worker. All of these are attributes that define an object and on and forth. Every object has one, not one, usually multiples and hundreds of multiples of attributes. Right? Now, how is it relevant for us when we are talking about reporting? When we are talking about reporting and when we are building any reports, the first thing you need to know, or the first thing that you analyze when you get a requirement, is what data is you need to extract. What is the central aspect for which you want to get your data? For example, I can say, can you get me details of all employees? And let me put it here. I can say this way, I need the details of all employees in the tenant and their compensation. Or I can ask you to deliver another requirement. Can you give me all compensation plans in the system? And who they are assigned to. Now, how are these two requirements different? Are they same? First thing, and if they are different, how different they are, and how would you analyze in terms of a report build? There are two statements. And if I ask you to get me reports for each one of these, you think one report would be sufficient, or you think you would need two reports? For the second report, I would ask, do you want the current assignment or do you want the which year assignment do you want it for? Let's say I want a current assignment. Let's keep it simple. Only assignment which is active as of now, right? For example, I could have been given a car allowance when I joined my organization way back in 2010, but it doesn't matter as of today, 2022, that I still have that car allowance. I basically want all the plans and which are current. In the first report, it says all employees, it doesn't say workers. The first report is different. I will use a different data source because it's only employees. And in second report, it doesn't mention whether you need employees or contractors. It would be all active and terminated workers. All right, a very valid thought process. As per you, because the first report says only employees and the second report says everyone. That's why you would need two different reports, 1 and 2. Any other thoughts? From anyone else they would want to contribute. Perfect. The first thing in Workday, and this is not related to reporting, in Workday you cannot work. It doesn't support compensation for anyone except employees. If you take a contingent worker or a contractor, you cannot maintain any compensation for them, right? It doesn't matter whether I say all employees or workers in Workday. You any which ways cannot handle compensation for a contingent worker. If you search for any compensation or any contingent worker in the system, and if you go to the additional actions and try assigning any compensation or any plans, you'll not be able to do that because Workday compensation doesn't support any contingent workers. Right. Now that's fine. Any which ways. Now, this is how I look at this requirement. What I want here is a list of all employees or all workers, whatever. It doesn't matter. I have 1,000 employees in the system, which means, or let's say just 5 employees in the system. In the first report, I need a list of all employees. EMM P1, EMM P2, EMM P3, EMM P100, whatever. And then I want a list of what plans are assigned to them. Employee 1, he has a salary plan wherein he gets $1,000. He has allowance 1, allowance 2, allowance 3 or whatever. The employee 2, he has an hourly plan. He has a period salary plan. He has again a few allowances. He has a commission plan and on and forth. In first requirement, if you see I want a list of all the employees in my system or whatever employee population they are asking for. And the plans are specific for those employees or in relation to those employees. On the second example, if you see, I still need basically the same data, but then the data I need is a bit different. While ultimately, I'm asking you to get me the same data, but then I'm not asking you to get me in the same format. If you see, in this case, what I'm asking you to do is get me all the compensation plans. Here, let's say I have a salary plan. I have 100 different allowances. Allowance 1, allowance 2, allowance 3. I have 10 different period salary plans. Period, salary 1 and 2, and I have commission plans. I have one-time payment plans or whatever. In the second case, if you see, what I actually want you to get me is a list of all compensation plans and who all they are assigned to. All my employees are employee 1 till employee 6. They all have salary plan. Allowance plan is only assigned to employee 2. Allowance plan 2 is assigned to and on and forth. You see, I'm basically getting the same data. But then in terms of reporting, the way I would get this data would be different. Right? And that's where your understanding of objects, related business objects, primary business objects, data sources come into picture. Right? In Workday, the way you get your report output depends on what primary business object you have selected, what related business objects are being referenced, what is the data source on that report, and on and forth. Now that we know this information, what do you think I should do now? Well, it's still B. Now we understand because the data output. This is how the data output would be, and obviously we would need two reports. Right. This is report 1. This is report 2. Now, do you think I can build both these reports with the same business object or with the same data source? I'm not asking for which business object you would use, but do you think we can use the same business object or the same data source? Because the primary business object for the first one should be somewhere related to worker or employee. Huh? And this for the second one, it should be compensation plan. Now that's perfect. You answered the question for yourself. What is an attribute of an object? The attribute of an object are the fields associated with that object. In terms of Workday, a business object is an object. When I say worker or position, these are all business objects in Workday. Now, each of these business objects have attributes. What are the attributes of a position? The name of the position, the effective date of that position, the organization that position belongs to, and on and forth. Right? The employee who is currently occupying this position, and on and forth. These are all attributes of a position. The business object that you select on your custom report. The business object determines which attributes or which columns can be included in your report. Right? Now, when I'm creating a report using the worker business object, I can pull in all the attributes of the worker business object that are defined on the worker. I can pull in worker name, worker, age worker, gender worker, position dependence, and on and forth. The plans that the worker is assigned to, and on and forth. In Workday, when you select a business object, and to begin, we'll talk about primary business object. The primary business object or a business object that you select on your report, it determines which columns or which fields can be added to your report. Right. Every object has an attribute in the context of Workday. These attributes are defined in terms of fields on the object. How can you check all the fields on an object, or how can you view a business object? I want to view worker view. How can I do that? View column worker view. It allows me to go to this report called business object details. Right. It takes me to this report which is called business object details. This is that report. It opens, and here when it would open. Either I can go this way or I can go from here. Right. It opens the business object details report. All of these fields that you see here, these are the attributes of this particular business object. Obviously, these fields are Workday delivered, but then you see that we have also created our calculated fields. Right? These are the custom attributes that you have defined for this particular object. Right. Now we have two types of custom fields. One is calculated fields. That's what we look at. But then we also have something called custom fields or custom objects. I just have one question. Is there any task where I can find a list of all the business objects? I'm not aware. Let's see. There should be something. Business objects by category. We have 536 business objects. Makes sense. Now, as I mentioned, we have the standard fields or the standard attributes, which is what we see here as Workday delivered. And then we have the custom. We have calculated fields. But then, have you guys heard of this custom fields? What is a calculated field? A calculated field. I'll talk about this in detail later, but for now, a calculated field doesn't store any data. Right. For example, I want to get, let's say, the first name. We in the system, we have first name, right? Or on a worker, we have first name, we have last name, right? And we also have full name and many other fields. I want to create a field which gives me last name with a colon in between. Again, a very hypothetical example. And then first name. This is what I need on a report. For example, in my case or someone else. Let's say the first name is Ravi. And then the last name is Smith on the report. This is what I want. Smith colon. Now for this, I'll go ahead and create a calculated field. What is a calculated field? A calculated field doesn't store any data. Right. Tomorrow, if my last name changes, I decide to change my last name from Ravi to Sharma. When I run this report, it will show me Sharma colon Ravi. Calculated field. As the name suggests, it dynamically calculates or determines the data when you run that report and then gives you the output. But then we also create something called custom fields in Workday. Now, custom fields, they actually store the data. For example, first name, this field stores data in the system. Similarly, date of birth, it is not a calculated field. When you hire an employee, that's when you enter his or her hire date. That's when you enter his or her age, and on and forth. That is, that data stays there permanently. You can change it, of course. That's a different story. But then that field actually stores that data or holds the data. But calculated field doesn't do that. When you run that report, it simply shows you that data. And when the report is gone, the data doesn't exist. But many times what you actually want is you want to store some custom attribute of an employee. Again, a very common example which is given during all certifications. Let's say every employee that I hire, I give them a T-shirt. Right. And for that, I need to know that shirt size. Right. And I want to store this data for each worker. that every year I can pre-order these T-shirts based on the shirt size of the employees and then distribute it to them. For this requirement, if you see, I cannot create a calculator. I need to store the T-shirt size data for each worker. But then the problem is Workday has not delivered any such field to me. In that case, I can create custom objects. They are also known as custom fields. The custom fields in turn are divided into calculated fields, and then we have the custom objects or the custom fields. But any which ways, we'll talk about those details later. The first aspect of any business object are the attributes of that business object and the context of Workday reporting. These attributes are represented in terms of the fields on that object. Those fields are Workday delivered, as well as we can create our own calculated fields. Right. When you build a report, the business object that you select, that business object basically determines the columns that would be available on your report. Right. Or which fields can you reference on that report? For example, if you're building a report, let's say on time types. Right. Let's say there is a business object called time type. In time type, you cannot get the age of the worker, right? Because that business object doesn't store age of the worker. Maybe there's some related business object through which you can get the data. That's a different story. We'll talk about that later. Then on a report, if you select the business object as absence or time type, you cannot get the age attribute of a worker through that business object. Right? The first aspect of selecting a business object of building your report is to understand what data you want to pull on this report and in what context you want to get this data. If you see, in both these requirements, I'm getting employee data. I'm getting compensation data. Here as well, I'm getting employee data. I'm getting compensation data. But then the difference is here. I want to get data for workers or employees. What I need is one row or whatever number of rows for each employee in the system. And then each of these employees may have one or multiple salary plans. Employee 1 is associated with one salary plan, maybe 10 allowance plans, and on and forth. However, the data I need is in the context of a worker. If I have 6 workers, I need 6 rows, and for each of these rows, then I can have multiple instances. Right. In this case, again, I want to get the same data, but then I want to get the data in the context of the plans. If I have 100 plans, the requirement is in this report, I need 100 rows of data. The data I need is in the context of a plan. I need for this salary plan. It is associated with 10 employees. This allowance, it is associated with 20 employees. Right. Once again, you may want the same data, but in which layout do you want the data? That is also dependent on the business object that you select. Right. When you select a worker business object will give you, based on the data source that you select, rows of workers. When you select a relevant business object for a compensation plan or allowance plan or any other plan, it will give you rows of data for each plan. Right. The first aspect of a business object is that it has attributes. The second aspect of a business object are the instances. Obviously, when I say a car is an object, and a car has a steering wheel, it has four wheels and a windshield and seats and on and forth. Now there are hundreds of different instances of a car. All of these cars share the same attribute. If I talk about a Maruti or Volvo or any other car or a Mercedes, they obviously all have a windshield and a steering wheel and four wheels and seats. Then these are all different instances of a car. Similarly, every employee of mine would have a name, age, gender, position. They may or may not have dependents, and on and forth. Each of these employees in my system or workers in my system, whatever is an instance of the worker business object. Right? The transactions that you create in your system, that's what generates those instances. I have a position business object. Now, every position I create in my system is an instance of the position business object. Right? Instances are actual data in your system. And this data is created, modified, changed, deleted, inactivated during your system usage or when you do your transactions. One said, just give me one moment. Let me have some water. Right. And then the final aspect. Now, this is not relevant in the context of reporting, but since we are talking about objects, I'll talk about it. All those related actions that you get are the actions of an object. In the context of a worker, you can hire a worker, you can terminate a worker, you can change the position of a worker, you can change his location, you can add a dependent, you can add a plan, you can change his salary, and on and forth. These are the actions that can be performed on a worker. With respect to a position, you can create a position, you can close a position, you can freeze a position, you can move a position from one supervisory or to another, and on and forth. Right? In the context of an organization, once again, you can inactivate an organization, you can change the superior of an organization, and on and forth. Each object has a set of actions that can be performed on that object. Right. In the context of Workday, we call it related actions. The business object, as we mentioned, it basically determines what fields, will be available on your report. Right? Now, what is the data source? What does data source allow me to do, or how does data source help me? Data source I need to select. Now, with respect to the second aspect of an object, right, am I audible? With respect to instances of the business object, now in my system there are 5,000 employees. Do I need to get details of all the employees, or maybe only active employees, or maybe only employees in Germany? Right? Or maybe only employees who are managers and above. Right? In the case of a plan here, do I want to get the details of all the plans, maybe only salary and allowance plans, or maybe those plans which are part of employees' basic pay and not these plans? Right? The data source basically determines out of all the instances of that particular business object, which instances do you want on your report? In the context of worker, I have 1,000 workers or 5,000 workers. Now a given report that I'm building, do I want all of those 5,000 workers on my report? Right? That's what is determined by the data source that you select. Data source is nothing but a view, or I put it as a filter on your object instances. A data source acts as your primary filter. Right, I need only active employees. I'll select the relevant data source. I need only terminated employees. I need only retirees. I need employees who report to me or a given manager. The second aspect of a business object are the data source. Right now, this is extremely critical in terms of report performance. I've been working on a dashboard for one of my clients, and it basically allows executives to look at a lot of metrics with respect to their employees. Right? It allows them to look at, for example, headcount by the age groups that they have, headcounts by the different job profiles they have, employee type, and on and forth. I've been working on this dashboard, I think, for close to a month now. The reports itself are not very complex. Then we have many performance issues. This is a big organization. They have around 6,000 plus workers. Now the problem is when this dashboard loads, dashboard has a timeout period. For the report cannot load within 30 seconds those dashboards. It will simply show this worklet cannot be loaded. Your report have to load within that 20 or 30 seconds period. Right, when you go for bigger projects, right? But when I say bigger projects in terms of huge organizations, report performance is one of the most critical aspects. You may give me a report that works perfectly fine, but then it may take 15 minutes to load, or in the case of a dashboard, maybe doesn't load at all. That's no good. When you build a report, considering the performance of that report is extremely critical. Now, how can a business object how can a data source allow me to improve report performance? When you've been building reports, right? Maybe it's simple advanced reports. Do you think about what data source that you select apart from whether it gives all data that you want? Is there any other consideration that you have had, or even when you did your certification or your training, was it spoken about? Indexed data you're saying to select. Right, the first. Now again, as I mentioned, this is just one of the aspects of building good reports, right? Just selecting an indexed data source is not the end of the world. For the benefits of the others, right, who may have not gone through a training, worked a training. Data sources, as I mentioned it acts as a filter on your object instances. If you come here, when you look at a business object, it has this data sources tab. If you go here, if you see I want only retirees in my organization, I'll select this particular data source. Worker business object has 53 data sources. Which of these data sources I select determines how many workers are displayed on my report. This data source, it only returns one row for each worker, but then it only returns those workers who are retirees. If a person is not a retiree, the report that I build, that person will not be included in that report, right? This report, it gives me all the workers in the system. It includes all workers, even those workers who are to be hired in the future. Right? This data source, it gives me all active as well as terminated workers in the system. There are different data sources. I'm building a report which should be available to a manager, right? Now, as a manager, a given person should have only access to see the details of his direct reports and their associated composition, right? For my manager, and I'm managing 2 employees, and a different manager is managing 10 employees, then when I run that report, I should only get data for those 2 employees and the other manager for only his 10 employees. In that case, I'll select this data source, which is my direct reports. When you build a report using this data source, any person runs that report. It checks which supervisory org that person is a manager of and then gives the employees of that supervisory org. If I'm not assigned as a manager of any supervisory org, this report will give me 0 output. When you select a data source which gives you the minimum number of all required instances that you need. Right? Maybe you need 100 instances. I don't know what happened. Maybe you need 100 instances and there is a data source which is available which gives you those exact 100 instances. You select that. Maybe there's no data source which gives you those exact 100 instances. There are 10 other data sources. One allows you to get 150 instances. One allows you to get 200. Another allows you to get 3000 and on and forth. Now, in theory, you can build a report using all 3 of these data sources, right? Or maybe all 4 of these data sources. You can create a report by selecting this data source. The problem is if you see you're loading all 300 workers in your system in your report context, and then you're putting additional filters to then remove those 200 workers because ultimately on your report output you just need 100 workers. Now your report is taking extra time to load these extra 200 workers into the report context. And then you have put an additional filter to remove those 200 extra workers. Always select a data source, the first consideration, which gives you minimum number of all required instances. The second thing is Workday has delivered these indexed data sources. Right? Whenever I'm building a report, check if there is an indexed data source available. Now, not all business objects have indexed data sources, right? Even if there is an indexed data source available, it could happen that that indexed data source doesn't help you because it doesn't get you all the instances that you're looking for. In that case, there's no other way. You'll have to go for a standard data source. When an indexed data source is a GAN Workday delivered data source, the only difference is it is optimized for performance. If you build a report using indexed all workers, which is an indexed data source, or all active and terminated workers, both reports will give you the data. Right? Both reports will work perfectly fine in terms of the output, but then an indexed data source performs much faster. Right. And the first thing that you do is see if on that business object that you have decided, is there an indexed data source available? See, is that indexed data source fit for your requirement? And if it is fit for your requirement, then select an indexed data source. Right. There are many other tips and tricks for report optimization. We'll talk about that. We have standard data sources and then we have indexed data sources. What is an index? The instances. What does your business object determine? The attributes or the fields that will be available on your report. What does your data source determine? The instances that will be available on your report. All right? Any questions till now? The report, the screen you had open for Workday, it actually shows the list of data source for just for worker business object. If I want to find out all the data sources irrespective of a business object, how do I find out? Again, there should be a report available. Let me first. What I do is I would go to a specific business object. And then that's what I always do. There's a variable. There's always a Workday report for anything. Let's see. It's in terms of when you build a report, you look at a data source in the context of a business object. That's why I mentioned I have worked on 3 reporting implementations till now. Except for BART report, I have worked on all the report types and then I've never had a need. But for your answer, we have a data sources report. And can we create a new data source? No, we cannot. In PIs, if we create a data source, that's a completely different concept. In terms of Workday, we have advanced reporting, as I mentioned. Advanced reporting is basically advanced report, matrix reports, trending reports, and on and forth. Then the next certification that Workday offers is composite reports. And then we have BART reports. Now BART reports are largely they are created using Studio. They are used for creating layouts and stuff. For example, your payslips, your compensation statements, they're all created using BART reports. You want to. And at the end of the year, when you have completed the performance review, you want to send a letter to the employee, right? It has the company logo, a short message, their rating, their new competition. Those low layouts are designed by BART reporting. And then Workday has launched. It's been a few years something called PRISM reporting. Now, what is PRISM or it's known as PRISM, not PISM reporting? It's known as PRISM analytics. PRISM analytics basically allows you to get data from different data sources. For example, in every report that we build, advanced reports, composite report, BR report, or advanced reporting, or the different types, we are leveraging data that is already available in Workday. Some data available in Workday, I use the relevant object and then create a report to leverage the data. But how is PRISM reporting different? Now, PRISM reporting allows me to pull up data from different sources. When I say different sources, this would be Workday source plus non-Workday source. For example, let's say you have your employee data in Workday employee data, their compensation data, their talent data, their performance data. But then you run your payroll in SAP, right? You run your payroll in SAP. Maybe you use some other system for your finance. You want all of this data in some reports. You can in PRISM analytics. It basically has three functions: ETL, E stands for extraction. Now, this is where you get data from different sources. Workday, non-Workday, you bring all data together or you extract data. Then the second part is known as transformation. Right? When you transform your data, finally what you have created is a data source. You load this data source into Workday and it is known as PRISM data source or a custom data source. Now this PRISM data source can be used for again creating Workday reports. If you don't have PRISM in your system, then you cannot create any data sources. All data sources are Workday delivered. Only if you have PISM, that's a completely different concept, wherein you can get data from different sources, create a data source, and then use the data source for reporting. I actually see the PRISM option on the Advanced tab, but like it says, enable for PRISM. I'm not sure if we have PISM. PISM needs to be enabled in your system. This report again, even this tenant is not PISM enabled. Just check if you have access to this report called Data Catalog. This is PRISM related. This is kind of a central PISM hub from which all PISM reporting is done. If I go to functional areas, not sure the first PISM is not enabled. We'll have PM. PISM is a completely separate subscription that you have to go for. You have something called tables, data sources, data catalogs. That's what PSM includes. It's a completely different concept altogether. And sometimes when I'm creating a custom report in the drop-down like data source drop-down, I don't see a data source. But then when I search the data source, I find it in the search bar, but not in the drop-down. Why is that? We'll talk about that. Very valid question. I'll just jump right into that. When I come to that create custom report screen, if there are no questions till now, then I can go to your question. Anyone else? Any questions in what we have discussed till now? Perfect. To answer your question, if you see there is a checkbox available. When I go to create custom report, let me search for all active and terminated workers. It says no matches found, right? Now, the reason is if you look at this statement here, it says showing only indexed data sources. At this point in time, this prompt list is only showing me indexed data sources. And the reason for that is, by default, this checkbox is enabled. Because indexed data sources are optimized for performance. Workday in general wants you to look at an optimized data source first. By default, this checkbox is enabled. Showing only indexed data sources, you can unselect option Optimize for performance to show all data sources. Currently, if I search for workers for HCMM reporting, which is again a data source on worker, you see this data source is available, and that's because if you look at this icon over here, this is actually an indexed data source. If I unselect this and now search for all active and terminated worker, clearing this checkbox enables you to select non-indexed data sources, which may cause your report to run slower. All active and terminated workers. Now my data source is available. Answers your question. Yes, thank you. Perfect. That is about the business objects, the data sources, the basic introduction of reporting in Workday. And the task for creating a report is create custom report. Now anyone, what is the difference between a simple report and an advanced report? Simple report, we just have option to select the fields, sort it and filter it right. And in advanced, we have lot other options of sharing the reports. That's perfect. Basically, I have been. Camel. Yes, basically the gist of your answer is for others to not use simple report, right? It's everything that a simple report can do can be done by an advanced report. Advanced report then gives you many other advanced options. For example, currently this is how the screen looks. Let me select advanced. At the moment I select advanced, if you see another checkbox gets enabled. Right now, an advanced report can be used as a web service. Now, web service is basically used in EIBs or integrations to send data from Workday to a third-party system. Right now, if only an advanced report can be used as a data source, as a web service to send data from Workday to a third-party system as part of an integration. In addition to that, there are many other aspects that an advanced report has over a simple report. For all practical purposes, simple report is. I have not used simple report till date in the last 6 years. Right? Simple report is not required at all. If you look at the description, it says a simple report provides a straightforward user interface that allows a user to select a set of fields of optionally specify sort and filter criteria. This is all a simple report does. You can select a field only from the primary business object. You cannot select any fields from a related business object. I'll come to that in a bit. And then you cannot share that report. Many other functions are not available. Output functions are not available. The second paragraph it says an advanced report provides all the features of a simple report plus more advanced features such as accessing related business objects RBUs. You can access related business objects in an advanced report. You can do headings, subtotals filtering, worklets, and many other things. Right now, what is this accessing related business objects and stuff? And when you come in here, when you come to create custom report, right, and when you select a data source. When I come in here and when I select a data source on my report, for example, workers for HCM reporting, what Workday does is this data source is associated with the worker business object. Right? Every data source is associated with only one business object. The moment I do that and when I go inside Workday Pre, selects the business object. Now, when I go in All Workers Cloud Foundation, All Workers, and I go in here, click. You see that this is an index data source, which is also identified by this lightning bolt icon. But then now my business object is pre-selected, which means now what I can do is if I want, I can select any of the 53 other business objects available. Worker business object has any of the 52 other data sources on worker. Even at this point in time, if I want, I can select a standard data source or any other data source. But then now it allows me to only select those data sources which are available on the worker business object. Once you have selected a data source, you have obviously selected the business object. Now you realize maybe this is not the right business object. You'll have to delete that report and create a new one. Primary business object on a report cannot be changed. You can change the data source if you want to. The business object associated with the data source that you have selected, that becomes your primary business object. Right? This is the business object on which you are building your report. Right? Now, when I set the business object that you select, it defines the fields that are available on your report. For example, if I select worker business object, I can select question. When I select worker business object, I within on this report. Now I can select worker's name, I can select worker's date of birth, I can select worker's age and on and forth. I can select all the fields which are available on my worker business object, which is the primary business object. Right. I can also select dependents and the plans. But then, if you see, position in turn is a business object in itself. Similarly, dependence is a different business object. A plan is a different business object. Now, dependents in turn have their own attributes. For example, when for a dependent, the attribute could be the dependent type. Son, daughter, wife, mother, father, the type of the dependent. Right. The age of the dependent, the name of the dependent. These are all attributes of the dependent business object. Right. The plan again has its own attributes because plan is also a business object. Similarly, position has its own attributes. Position is also a business object. If you see, every business object or no business object stands in isolation. One business object is related or can be related to one or multiple other business objects. In the context, if I say Imam P1, whose name is again Imam P1. Right. Imam P1 whose age is 50 years, gender is male, position is CEO. He has 5 dependents and he has some A, B, C or 10 plans. Right? He has salary and composition allowance. Now, if I want to get into the details of these dependents, as I mentioned, this is a separate business object in itself. Position is in a separate business object in itself. This business object is related to worker. Worker occupies a position. EMP1 is occupying this position called CEO, and the inverse relationship is this position called CEO is occupied by a worker. E1, the date the position was created was 2010. Let's say the organization is Office of CEO and on and forth. These are the attributes of this worker. And these are the attributes of the position that is associated with this worker. There exists a relationship between different business objects. Right now, this relationship can be a one-on-one relationship or one-to-many relationship. In the context of Workday, we call it a single instance or a multi-instance. For example, an employee is associated with only one primary position. But then an employee can have 0 to multiple dependents. This employee, let me put it here. I'm deleting this. If I talk about dependents, these are all the dependents in the system. 3, 4, 5. This employee is associated with this dependent and this dependent. These two dependents or these two instances of the dependent business object is linked to this one instance of the primary of the worker business object. This is where you have single instance and multi-instance. When I come to a field and when I search for a field, let's say we'll talk about these other field types as well. Selecting name. Selecting position. This is the worker's primary position. And if you look at this icon, and then this description, here it is a single instance. That means a worker can only be associated with one primary position. This field If you see it links worker business object with position business object, worker in this context is the primary business object and position is the related business object. Right. If you go to business object details, report on each business object, in addition to the fields on that business object, the data sources on that business object, there is another tab called related business objects. Now, this shows all business objects that are related to this particular business object. Right? And if I scroll down, you'll find positions as well there. Now, in the context of a reporting, when you select any business object on a report, that particular business object in the context of that report becomes your primary business object. If you build a report using position becomes your primary business object and you want to get the worker details who are associated with that position. Worker is the related business object because you're getting data for position. And then in the context of that position, you're getting the details of the worker or workers who are associated with that position. The primary business object and the related business object is in the context of a report. If I had built a report using position, then position would have become my primary business object. Whenever you build a report, you can get fields which are directly associated with the primary business object, as well as fields which are associated with the related business objects. When I build a report on worker, I can get all of these fields. But then I can also get these fields because these fields are associated with position and position business object is related to worker business object. Right. You can get fields directly from the PBO. On your report, this PBO, let's say, is worker once again. Name of the worker is associated with directly with the worker, right? That is an attribute of the worker. Position is an attribute of worker. Age is an attribute of worker. You can get all of these fields because they are directly associated with worker. But in turn, position itself is a business object and it has its own attributes. The name of the position is its attribute. The effective date of the position is an attribute, and on and forth. When you're building a report on worker, you can get these fields as well as fields which are related to the related business object up to one level. Right? Position in itself, for example, is related to, let's say, just for the sake of it, some sales plan. I'm just taking a hypothetical example in the context of, let's say, finance statement. Right. I'm just making this example. When you're building a report on worker, you can get the name, position, age, all of these. But finance statement also has its own details. For example, the year and on and forth. Now you cannot get these details. You can only those attributes which are directly related to your PBO and those attributes which are related to the RBO of your PBO. That is one level deep. Makes sense? We'll see this in action. This is just a theory. In terms of relation, there are two-way relations. Right. For example, or before I go there, we have already spoken of a single instance and multi-instance. Now, how do you see it in the context of a report? As I mentioned, when you see a position, This identifies a single instance because a worker can only be associated with one primary position. But if I search for dependent, right? If you see, this is a multi-instance because a worker may have zero dependents or he may have multiple dependents. Right? This identifies this is an instance field. That means this is in turn a business object. If you see this field, it links a worker business object with the dependent business object. Now you want to get additional details of the position. As I mentioned, you can go one level deep. Right. When you're building a report on worker, worker is your primary PBO, wherein you have got the name of the worker, the position of the worker, age of the worker. Now you want to get additional details of the position. How do you do that? You can come in here, add a new row. This is the business object right here. I'm getting details of the primary business object, but then I want to get details of position. I can add position here. Now here, what I get is the details of the related business object in the context here. Worker is my primary business object. Now, if you see what you see, here are all the details of the position. Right? This is all the details of the position, and position is in turn related to finance and many other concepts. Right. These are all the attributes or fields which are available on the positions. For example, what roles are assigned on this position, and on and forth. But then if I go to one of these, for example, I cannot now go into assignable role and get the details of that assignable role because here I have the primary business object. That primary business object is linked to this related business object. This related business object in turn has its own relations. I cannot go more than one level deep. Here, role or assignable role in turn is a business object which is related to position. When I'm building a report on worker, I cannot get the details of the role. Makes sense. We have primary single instance fields. We have multi-instance fields, right? And we'll see that is in action later. In terms of field types, we already know that each business object has a number of attributes which are defined or represented in terms of fields. And these fields can be of different types. We have looked at two of those types, single instance and then multi-instance. In terms of how the data looks, we'll run this report and see that later. We'll continue with our discussion with filter, and during they'll talk about a few more calculated fields, and then we'll talk about all the other tabs as well, including the sort tab. We already know how filter works, right? It's pretty simple. I would basically specify the field based on which I want to build my filter criteria. For example, in this case, I only wanted those workers who are not pushed right. I selected is this criteria blank. Basically, I would specify the criteria on which I want to build my filter. Let's say my requirement is that I want to hire all workers whose date of birth, or let's say whose hire date, is within a given date range. Now, as I mentioned, based on the field type you select, Workday automatically shows the relevant operators. When I'm selecting hire date, which is a date field, or even if I select a numeric field, system will basically show me options. For example, greater than, less than equal to, greater than equal to is blank, is not blank, and on and forth. However, if I search, let's say a numeric field, an instance field. Let's say I'm searching for position. Now position is an instance, right? If you see position is an instance, it identifies a specific position. Now, when I search for position, the operators that are available are different. Based on the field type that you select, Workday automatically shows you the relevant operators. Obviously, for a position greater than, less than doesn't make sense, right? Or for an instance, these values don't make sense. Workday always shows you the relevant values based on the type of field that you have selected. I basically want to build a filter saying I want to hire all employees, or I want this report to pull all those workers who are hired, let's say in a certain date range, maybe from 1st of January 2022 or till date. That's my requirement. Now I'm going here. I want all workers whose hire date is, let's say, greater than or equal to 1st of January 2021. And I can leave it here, right? This would give me all workers hired whose hire date is either 1st of January 2021 or higher, including today's date. But then I'm still building my second filter, though this is not required. Based on my requirement, I would still select hire date. I want to create a filter for a position less than or equal to, and let's say December 31st, 2021. I basically need all workers who are hired as of last year. And now I have selected the field based on which I want to build my filter. Based on the field type I selected, Workday automatically shows the relevant operator. And then we have the comparison type. We have 4 different types of comparison types. This is the basic comparison type. I'm basically saying check if the hire date or the value of hire date for a given worker is it greater than or equal to the value that has been specified in this filter. And again, the filter would automatically show you the relevant options based on the field type you select. Right. Because this is a field of type date. In comparison value, I have the option to specify a date. Had I selected a numeric, system would have shown me in comparison value an option to add a number. Had I selected position, let me quickly show you that. If I select, for example, management level, based on the type of the field I select, system automatically shows me the relevant operator. But then it also shows me the relevant comparison value. Because I selected management level, now it is showing me all relevant management levels. Right. The first comparison type. It allows me to compare the value of this field against the value that is specified here. The comparison type is called As I mentioned, we have 4 different comparison types. And the first one is value specified in this filter, which is pretty straightforward. I'm basically saying check if the hire date is equal to the or whatever operator have specified, greater than or equal to the value specified in this filter. And this is pretty straightforward. I think we created this as a temporary report. Temporary reports. They come with a specific date and the reports get deleted after that date. There's a report which runs and that report automatically deletes all the reports. Any which ways. Now, when I run this report, it will basically give me all employees whose data has not been purged and were hired last year. Right. And there are some 752 employees. What I want is all workers or all males hired in 2021. If the person is a female, I'm just thinking of a random requirement. Then get me them if they are hired in, let's say 2010 till 2015. This is my requirement. If the person is gender is male, then they should have been hired in 2021. If they are female, then they should have been hired in 2015. Let's do a couple of things. First, we'll add gender that we can see whether the person on the report output. And now this is how I'll build my filter, right? Let's look at the requirement. I'll keep this person purged as is because else we have seen it gives us a lot of purged employees data which we really cannot identify. Now, this is the requirement. We have already built this filter saying that get those people who are hired in 2021. This bit is already done, but then we should only get people hired in 2021 if they were male. Now I can add my additional filter either here or down, doesn't matter. Now I'm saying gender. I had deleted that management level filter. That's why it didn't get considered. But now I'm putting a. Alright? Now this takes care of my first requirement. If the person is male, then system would check is their hire date greater than 2021 and less than December 21. Basically all people, all males hired in 2021. Let me add another row. Now the second bit of the requirement is for females. Their hire date should be 2010 to 15. Once again, I'll add gender. In the selection list, this time I want female. And then, what is the requirement with respect to hire date? If it is if it is greater than or equal to 2010, right? 2. Once again, There are some text fields as well. The reason I'm selecting this one because I can see these are all text fields. Probably someone would have created these calculates. I know this is a date field. I know this is a date field. That's why I'm directly selecting that. Less than or equal to December 31st, 2015. We have put in all the filters that we want. But then if I directly use this wouldn't work. The reason is if you see, these are mutually exclusive criteria. If a person is male, then we want only those people who are hired in 2021 for females. They could be hired in 2010 till 15. Now what I need to do is, because this is one requirement, I can now enclose them in parentheses. I'll come here. This is my first condition. Now, this is how the system reads. It will see is the person purged. Then it will check and is the person male and is his hire date in this date range. But then if the person is a female, this is a second bit of requirement that we have. I would enclose the second condition in parentheses. And now if you see if a person is male, then they should be hired here. Or if the person is female, they could be hired here. Now I would use instead of an or. Now this is how system will read it. It would first check, is the person not purged? And is the person a male hired in this date range? Or is the person a female hired in this date range? We can use these parentheses brackets along with and or to build any condition you want. Let's run this. It pulls there are 20 males. And if you look at their date of birth, let's sort it in ascending order. The hire date. The first person is Jan 1st, 2021. And basically it only pulls those work males who are in 2021. Let's see the females that were pulled in. Now, if you see it is pulling those females who were hired in 2010, and probably there's no other female hired in that date range. It's getting me the right data. Now let's look at the filter once again. Everything in parenthesis system. We have. This is exactly how. We used to have that. I think Dombas formula in maths, right? Division, multiplication brackets. Division, multiplication, subtraction, addition, something we used to study. Right during our school days, we have a simple test. That's exactly how system works. It would consider everything in bracket as a single condition. This is how system checks. Is the person a male and is the hire date greater than this? And is the hire date less than this? Now let's assume there's a male. Let me put it this way. Let's assume there's a male who is hired on 2022. Now system would check the first criteria. The person is not purged. System returns true for the first condition. I have true, which is basically purged is not blank. This person is not purged. System returns true. Then it evaluates the parenthesis. Here we have an and condition. System checks, is this person a male? And he's a male. System returns true. System checks, is the hire date greater than 2021? Which is again true. If you see, his hire date is greater than 2021. And everywhere in between, we have an condition, right? Within this condition and this condition, I'll just put it here. We have an and. Now, what is the third condition? His hire date is greater than 2021. But his hire date is not less than 2021. Here system returns false. Now we know what happens. True and true is true. True and true returns true. True and false returns false. False or false returns false. False and true returns true. Right. This is how system and this is basic maths. Right. Right. Now if you see true and true returns true, but true and false returns false. Here we have three ands within this bracket. And the first condition is true. True and false. This overall criteria becomes false. This person will not be picked because the overall criteria is false. Now it evaluates the next condition, which is an or. Obviously, this person is not a male, a female, right? The very first criteria becomes false. Now it evaluates this bit wherein the gender is not female. This becomes false and the other two might be true. It doesn't matter, right? Because one is false. This overall bracket becomes false. Now system would, because it's all false, I should have actually included it in one more parenthesis. The left, you say it's done with a female representation. And that means it doesn't have to be called. Overall, right from here till here, I put it in one more parenthesis. Now this is what system does. We have false or false, which is false. This overall condition becomes false. This is still true, but then true and false will again return false. It's very simple. If we remember this, then this is what system does. Right? It will evaluate everything within each of these brackets. First, it evaluates this condition within the first parenthesis. Does it evaluate this condition within the second parenthesis? It could be true or false. Let's say there's a person, a male, hired in 2021, then the first criteria becomes true. The second criteria is, or the second one would obviously be false because the person is not a female. But then true or false is still true. Right? And then true and true is again true. Makes sense. We can get the help of this and or and these brackets. We can handle any requirement in terms of building a filter. All we need to do is understand what they're asking for and then use these or and parenthesis. That was the first. That was the first comparison type, which is basically value specified in this filter. Now there's another comparison type as well, which is value from another field. I'm removing all of this. Instead of using value specified in this filter, I could have also said, if I go in here under comparison type and click on common, if you see there is another option called value from another field. Now what it does is the moment I select value from another field, if you see my comparison value, it's no longer an option to enter a date. Basically, what I'm saying is compare this field with another field of the same type. For example, I want all employees, let's say, hired. Whose hire date? How can I is, let's say, that's fine when I come in here. If you see, it gives me now a number of options. What I can basically do is I can compare hire date with a value in another date field. If you see, it's only returning me fields of type date. It basically allows me to compare this date field with another date field, or this numeric field with another numeric field, or this instance with another instance. I think we had built a date right. Let's search for we had built. That is our build date. This is a field of type date. Right. We had created a calculated field. Now I can come to filter and I can add this. Basically, what I'm saying is get me all those workers whose hire date is greater than or equal to the value that is defined in this date field. Right. Value from another field allows me to compare two different fields of the same type. Now, this will obviously not return me any data because this build date we had selected here as 2099. Obviously, there's no worker whose hire date is greater than 2099. System would basically check. For each worker, it would compare the hire date against this field. This date value.
Well,
This is a value. That is the second comparison type wherein I can compare one field with another field of the same type. Sir, can you please show this calculated field that you create? We created this last week. Remember, we had built a date wherein we had said the year is 2099. We had said extract month from the date of birth, extract day from the hire date. The reason I'm able to select is because this is a date field, and when I go to all, if it's only showing me fields of type date. Instead, let me add another. When I go to all, if it's only showing me fields of type date, because I cannot compare a date field with any other field type. Instead, if I let's say take age, now I know age is a numeric field. If we take age, which is basically this hash symbol, and let's say I go in here, let's say greater than, and I select. When I say value specified in this filter, if you see, I can add a number. Right. However, when I say value from another field, this changes. And when I go to all, now I can compare it with any age or any numeric. It also shows me currency fields. We know currency fields are ultimately numbers, right, with an additional currency value. That is the second comparison type, which is value from another field. Now there's a third comparison type as well. Obviously this. If I specify a higher date here, it gives me some flexibility in the sense. Now it allows me to pull data for a certain date range, but then as an end user, I still do not have the complete flexibility in the sense as an end user. When I run this report, it will always pull me data based on the filters that have been predefined. These are static filters and users. They would obviously not have an option to edit the report and change these values. We want to give end users the option to enter a value, and then this report should pull data based on the value that they enter. For that, we have another comparison type, which is prompt the user for value. The moment I specify this comparison type, the end user would be prompted. They can enter. Any date system would now compare the higher date against the date that the end user entered. When I click, if I select 1st of January 2022, it will only pull me those workers whose hire date is greater than 2022. It's pulling some 705 odd workers. If I sort it in ascending order, the first worker that it gets me is the one hired on 1st of January 2022. Basically, I said get me all those workers whose hire date is greater than or equal to the value that is entered by the end user in the prompt when he's running this report. The option is prompt the user for value. We have value specified in this filter, value from another field. When we are using value from another field, let's say in the field, like in the field column, we are using a calculated field. Would it still show me the calculated field and then whatever calculated field I'm using here? Let's say instead of hire date on the filter tab, instead of hire date, I am using a calculated field here in the field type. Let's say I'm using some like ESI or any other calculated field would still return the same type in the comparison value. For example, we had created this instance, right? Company subtype. Let me take this calculated field and add it to the filter. Now, this is an instance, right? We know that. I can see the symbol. Now, if I go in here in the selection list, when you say value specified in this filter, it will show you all subtypes. If you say value from another field, again now, it will show you only instance fields. What do you mean by instance fields like LRV fields? We discussed what is an instance, right? Last, alright? Instances. For example, a company is an instance, right? Worker is an instance. A position is an instance, and on and forth. These rules that we discussed, even if you are building a calculated field, if you build a calculated field of type date, it behaves like a Workday delivered date field. Everything that we can do with a Workday delivered, we can do the same thing with a calculated field of type numeric that you have built. It behaves in exactly the same manner, right? It doesn't matter whether it is a calculated field you have created or it's a Workday delivered field. It doesn't make a difference. All right. I'm adding my second hire date as well. And here I'm again selecting less than or equal to. All right. I'm selecting prompt the user for value. Now, if you see the moment I select prompt the user for value, in comparison values automatically add something called default prompt. Earlier, when we had a single hire date, we had prompted it to the user. The end user had the option to enter hire date, right? Now, whenever you're prompting the same field more than once. Here, if you see, I'm prompting hire date more than once, right? Here as well as here. You just have to ensure that the comparison value that you select is not unique. Here you have said hire date greater than or equal to, and Workday automatically adds default prompt again. When you do that, System Workday would not be able to identify and will only show this prompt once. What I mean is, even though you're prompting hire date twice to the user, that he can enter a date range. When I click and when I run it, if you see, system still shows hire date once. And the reason for that is in comparison value, we have selected the same default options. Now, as I mentioned, this is only required when you're prompting the same field more than once. This is what you'll have to do. If you come here, there are a number of other options. You can select any one of these other options. It doesn't matter as long as I mentioned, the comparison values are not unique, right? Here, I've changed it. I've changed it to starting prompt here. I've changed it as default prompt, and now when I click, I'll change it. And run it. If you see now, it shows me the prompt type twice. This is only required once again when you're prompting the same field more than once. If I prompt another field, let me edit this report. Let's say I want to prompt gender. in the selection list, and I'm saying prompt the user for value. Now I can leave it as default prompt. It doesn't matter because these are two different fields, right? Just for the sake of uniformity, I'm selecting ending prompt here. As I mentioned, it doesn't matter what values you select from this list. These are all Workday delivered list. And the reason Workday gives you these options is because if you have selected many prompts, you have different values available. Now, when I come in here, click and run it. I have gender, starting hire date, ending hire date, all are prompted. I'm selecting male here. And for hire date, I am selecting 1st of Jan 2010. And here, let's say December 31st, 2014. It's going to be 20. It's going to be 20. Will this give a value? It wouldn't. It wouldn't, because it should be 20. And now it would give me all males hired. It's only giving me males and it's only giving me those values hired in 2010 to 2014. Right. Let's see what happens when I run this with a blank value. Let's say I don't specify gender. Or maybe I leave this blank. If you see, it doesn't give me any value, right? Even though none of these prompts are required. But still, when I don't specify a value, it doesn't give me any output. Now, looking at the logic, you may think there are still employees whose hire date is greater than 20. It should still return me some values. Now what happens is let me edit this in a different tab and also run it. Here I'm selecting male. I'm not specifying. No matter what combination I select or do not select, when I leave anything blank, it doesn't give me any output. Right. I'll leave it as is. I have also opened another tab. If I go to filter, and if I come here, prompt the user for value. If I go to all, you will see there is another option which again says prompt the user for value. I'm selecting that. Once again here, I need to make sure that for hire date, they are not unique. I'll just select starting and ending. Now let's run this report. Once again, like earlier, I'll just specify the gender and leave the hire date blank. Now this time, if you see, it's given me 79 rows and I come in here, it's only giving me males. Right. Now, what is the difference between the earlier version of our report and this version? Here, when I specify gender or even if I leave gender blank. It would. Right. This time, when I leave gender blank, it's basically giving me all data, male, female, as well as those who do not have a gender at all. What is the difference? The difference is between the comparison types that we selected. Earlier, we selected the comparison type, prompt the user for value. This time, I have selected the comparison type, prompt the user for value, and ignore the filter condition if the value is blank. Basically, what happens is system would still prompt the end user for value, which is basically this bit. However, if the value is blank, in the sense end user doesn't specify any value, then system simply ignores the filter condition. It behaves as if this filter criteria doesn't exist, right? If I don't specify any gender, then system will simply pull me data irrespective of the gender value. It behaves as if this filter criteria doesn't exist at all. If I don't enter the hire date, starting hire date, or the ending hire date, once again it behaves as if these criteria do not exist at all. If I'm saying prompt the user for value, in theory, I'm making that prompt a required prompt because if I don't enter any value, system wouldn't get me any data. Right. We have prompt the user for value. And then there's another prompt which says prompt the user for value and ignore the filter if the value is blank. These are the 4 comparison types we can use. What I can also do is I can manage my prompts. If I come to edit once again, I want to change my prompt criteria to prompt the user for value because I want people to enter, let's say, the hire date. I'm changing the hire date criteria, let's say, but then I want to leave the gender as is. It doesn't matter if people do not enter a gender, system would pull everything. Uh, Now, in the sense now I have made higher dates or these dates required because end user wouldn't understand what is happening when they leave it blank, system they will see still runs, but it doesn't give them any output. I want a way to show the end user that these are required fields. Now, if I come to prompts tab, this is where I can manage my prompts. I have this checkbox populate undefined prompt defaults. And I select this, right? Everything gets added here. These are the prompts based on the filter that I have defined. Though my filter has 4 different conditions, this condition we are not prompting. It doesn't show up. Everything else shows up. Now I can say these 2 hire dates are actually required. Because if users don't enter anything, we know that system any which ways will return blank value. This time when I go in here and run, now these are both required, which means I'll get an error. Right? There are other options as well for managing my prompts. Come here and come to prompts. I don't want an end user to continuously enter values, right? For hire date and for these 2 hire dates, I want to specify some default values. I can come in here. Currently, no default value has been set up. Instead, I can come in here and instead of saying no default value, I can say specify default value. And here, for example, I can say 1st of Jan 2021 or anything that I want. Right. Here I am, let's say, selecting today's date. The option is the default option, was no default value. But then if I want, I can also specify default value. I can also reorder. I want gender to be at the bottom. I can reorder my prompts. I'll move gender to the bottom. Now, when the end user runs this report, they would have these higher dates defaulted. Right? They are defaulted, but as an end user, I can still change them based on what I need. Right? But then every time this report is run, these values would be defaulted based on whatever was entered. What did I say or what did I select? Specify default value. So instead of no default value, I've selected specify default value. Now we see when I'm running this report today, this works fine for me. Today is April 2022. But when someone runs this report tomorrow or day after tomorrow or a year from now, the ending prompt would always show as 4 to 2022 because that's what has been defaulted here. Now, I don't want that to happen. What I basically want is if I am running a report on a given day, the ending prompt on this date should automatically default to that particular date. Because that's what makes sense. Now what I can do is I can edit it. Now there's a third comparison option as well. If I come to prompts, instead of specify default value, if you see it determine default value at runtime. Now, this option is similar to this option that we have discussed value from another field. Now, this is where it would make sense. What I'm saying is hire date should be equal to the value of the field that I specify here. And I'm saying to date, right? Now today is a Workday delivered field. It is once again a date field and it always returns today's date. No matter when this report is being executed, it will always returns today's state or whenever the date on which this report runs. Now we see my report is now much more dynamic. I have not specified a default value. When I'm running this report now, I have selected today and today is April scene. It automatically defaults to April scene. Right? This is exactly what this also does. Right? If I say hire date greater than or equal to value from another field and today, then system would automatically check is anyone's hire date greater than today's date. Now my ending hire date is all set, but then I want something similar for my starting hire date as well. Let's say anytime a person runs this report, I want the ending hire date to be that date. Let's say 30th of April 2022 if I'm running on 30th of April, but the starting hire date currently is always defaulting 1st of Jan 2021. Right? Because that's what I have specified. I've specified it to be 1st of Jan 2021. Instead, I want this to be 6 months in the past. When I'm running it on 30th of April, I want the starting date to be 1st of November 2021, or whatever is 6 months in the past, or maybe 1 month in the past. I want this date to be 1st of Jan 2022. Now I can do that as well. Once again, this is where I want the date to be dynamically calculated. I'm saying determine default value at runtime. Now, here I can build a calculated field. Now, this is the calculated field we saw last week as well. And it is called increment or decrement date. What it does is it allows me to add a specific number or subtract a specific number from a date. What I want is I want the starting date to be 1 month in the past from today's date. Now I can take today and subtract 30 days from it. I think there are some calculated fields already built. We'll have a look at that, and then people have already created some calculated fields. No one has created anything. Let us create one. I'll come in here. I'll create a calculated field for the report. Right. The field type that I'll create is, as I mentioned, increment and decrement or decrement date. I would build it on global because I know this would be used other reports as well. I'm saying today minus 6 months. Now I can go in here. As I mentioned, this allows me to increment, add or subtract a certain number of years or months or days from another date field. Right. I'm taking today's date here. Right. And from that I want to subtract 6 months. The second column is months. If I take a positive number, it adds. If I take a negative number, it subtracts. Now this is what system would do. It will take this date field, whatever is specified here, in this case today, and it would subtract 6 months from it. Right. Or I could have subtracted a number of days. Instead of 6 months, for example, I could have added 30 days or subtract the 30 days or anything else I could have done. I'm selecting the return 0 on error. I've created a new calculated field of type increment or decrement date, and I'm calling it today minus 6 months. And now let's run it. The end user would not be able to change the default value. They can always change. Right. But what is shown to them is determined dynamically. Right. That's the advantage. It's not like no matter when they run this report, maybe 10 years down the line, they are still shown April 2022. That doesn't happen. Now, if you see, the ending hire date is today, and today is April's end. And this is today minus 6 months, which is October 2021. I'm going to go to the end user. Now, as an end user, I always have the ability to change it. Right. I can still select whatever I want. But the difference is now the system is dynamically calculating this. I could have used this directly in my filter by saying value from another field. I could have gone in here. Now, this is where that value from another field comes in handy. Instead of doing this, I could have gone into filter and set hire date greater than or equal to value from another field. I could have gone into filter and said today minus 6 months. And hire date less than or equal to. Now, when I run this report, system would always give me those workers whose hire date is less than or equal to today and greater than or equal to today minus 6 months. Now, the only difference is here because this is a static from static filter I've built. The end user doesn't have that option. Now he cannot change anything. And the reason is I'll basically have to remove those problems because I'm no longer prompting hire date. I'll have to remove them from here. And now when I run it, I'll only be prompted for gender because that's the only thing I'm still prompting to the end user. When I run it, it will only get me those workers who are hired in the last. Let's sort it in ascending order. Harrison's 10 to 2021. All right. Now, as I mentioned, at any point in time, and this is something we discussed in our very first session, I can always select a change, the data source, the current data source type. If you see this icon, it identifies that this is a standard data source. Instead of this, I can select a index data source as well. Right. I'm selecting an or any other data source. At any point in time, I can change the data source, but then I can only select data source from the primary business object. I basically change the data source. Now I'm not making any other change on this report. Let's run this. When I run it now, if you see, in addition to gender, a few additional prompts are automatically displayed. In fact, one of this prompt is a required prompt. If I run, its system gives me an error. Where are these prompts coming from? These prompts are coming directly from the data source. Some data sources, they come with inbuilt prompts or built-in prompts. If you go to the data source description, it will tell you that this data source once again comes with these 3 built-in prompts. Right? Because these are built-in prompts, I cannot delete them. I cannot change them. The only option that I have is I can manage them. Once again, if I go to Prompts tab and once again click on this checkbox, Populate Undefined Prompt Defaults, it shows me all those prompts. As I mentioned, I don't have an option. This is a required prompt. I cannot make it optional because this is required from the data source itself. I cannot make it optional. However, I have a few options. Once again, I can specify any default value. For example, organization. I want to default organization as based on the field type system. As we already know this, because this is organization system is showing me relevant organizations. And I'm selecting global modern services. Here I want to once again specify default value because in my output, I want to include managers. I want to specify default value also. As I mentioned, end user would any which ways have an option to change it if he wants to. What I can also do is I can hide some of these prompts. I don't want this prompt include managers to be displayed. I can hide it. Do not prompt at runtime basically hides that prompt, but then it doesn't mean that prompt is still not in action. For example, if I hide this prompt, system would still only pull those workers who are part of this organization that I have selected. The only difference is this prompt will no longer be displayed to the end user, but report will still fetch me data based on whatever value I have selected. If I don't want, I can hide these prompts. I can even hide the prompt for gender if I don't want to. Now, this one difference between required prompt and optional prompt. Because this prompt is optional, even gender is optional. I can hide it without specifying any value because it's an optional prompt. But if you see, if currently I'm able to hide this organization's prompt, and we know that this is a required prompt, let me go in here and say no default value. And let's save this. Now system is giving me an error. And the reason is, if you see, this is a required prompt, right? Which means a value is required for this prompt. I am hiding it, right? Which means the end user will no longer have an option to enter the value because I'm going to hide it from the end user. And that's why system is giving me an error. It's basically saying you are hiding a required prompt, but you have not entered a default value. If you want to hide a required prompt, you will have to specify a default value for it. Because the system wouldn't work, the report wouldn't work. Now, when I go in here and select anything, my error disappears. Now, that's not the case for optional prompts, right? Because these are optional. I can simply hide them even without specifying any value. Now, when I go in here, system doesn't give me any error. Alright? I would. All these prompts are hidden. I'll only see this option now. When I click on run, if you see, it only shows me this option. Though when I run it, it will still fetch me data only for global modern services for those employees hired in the last 6 months. Now it's only getting me 14 records. Right? Now, whatever options I select, if you see, those options are displayed here. If I go back and edit, I'm checking this. I'm checking this. Once again, when I run it and any options that I select, I'm checking this. It shows me with what options this report has executed. Right. However, that last column that we have seen, if I check that column, then system wouldn't show me these options. If I go back to the prompts tab, and basically select this option, do not include in subtitle. Then system would not show me this in the report output. Or if I want to hide everything, I can simply uncheck this box. And then nothing would display in the subtitle. It basically says display prompt values in subtitle. It was checked by default, and I'm unchecking this. When I do that, nothing gets displayed. Or if I selectively do not want a specific value to be displayed, I don't want this value to be displayed, right? Now, if you see, it's only showing me gender includes subordinate. It doesn't show me what organization was selected and this report was run with, right? That's what do not display in subtitle means. Again, as I mentioned, if we wanted, we could have hidden everything. If we uncheck this box, nothing gets displayed. Also in organization, we can select multiple organizations, right? We 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 will talk about. In addition to filter, if you want, you can also define subfilter as well. Subfilters. On the filter tab, I also see aggregations. What is that? I never used that. I have not used that as well. I can check that and confirm that to you. I have personally never used this. I think this is on. If we have used some count or maximum values in our filter report, we can aggregate, use filter on those values. But for sure I can have a look and we can discuss this tomorrow. If I'm not able to find anything by tomorrow, we'll certainly close this bit in the next week. I've personally never used it any of my reports. But any which we can discuss. And I have one more question regarding prompts. In our company, the department is a custom organization. It's not, we are not using a Workday Deliver department. If I want to add that department as a prompt, I'm adding a calculated field in the prompt. When I'm adding a field which is calculated field and adding it as a prompt, they somehow can also see company and cost center hierarchy. How do I hide all those things and just make sure that department is visible? Because the field is calculated field. The limitation is, if you see, you would have built it on organizations field. The limitation with organizations field is it basically shows you all organization type. Now the problem with a custom field or a custom organization type is it's not a Workday delivered option. Right? There's no specific field available only for that organization type. If you see, it's showing me all custom organization types. It's someone has created a Gmail club and weekday batch and weekend and on and forth. The reason we build all our calculated fields with respect to custom organizations on organization type field, it is no option. It would always show all organization types. It will show cost centers, companies, and on and on. That's a limitation. Only for supervisory Workday has given us. Supervisory company cost centers, Workday does give us specific fields. But then here, if you see, I'm selecting supervisory org as well. I could have selected company as well. I could have selected cost center as well. For that, Workday still gives us specific fields. I still have the option. But then for custom organization, there's no option. It always shows everything. Because when you have organization in the second field, I have added that custom organization calculated field. And when they run the report, they can see filter by company, department, and cost center. If they select the department, the report output runs properly. But if they select company or cost center, then it runs blank data. In my project as well, and they are very big on reporting. We continuously keep building reports. We have something called reporting entity, and reporting entity is exactly similar as company. I don't know what is the logic why they have two different things. Someone selects company. There's always two objects with the same name. One is company, one is reporting entity. We have the same issue, but there's no option because there's no specific field available for our custom organization types. Right? I just wanted to confirm that. Perfect. The advantage of subfilter is if you want to build a filter on a related business objects. If you see, let's say I'm selecting, let's see if I can pull. Let's take our company example. I'm taking company. Right. And from company, I'm able to. Now, when I go to all, it is showing me all the fields which are available on the company business object, which in this case is an RPO. Now, when I search for age, it doesn't show me because it's not getting me data from worker. Now it's getting me data from company, which is a related business object of my primary business object for this report, which is worker. It no longer shows me that age field, right? It doesn't show me high date field. It wouldn't show me date of birth because now I'm pulling data from company. I can go here and get any of the attributes of company. Let's see what I can add. When we create companies, we specify currency for that company. The default currency for the company. I also have the option to specify subtype. Again, both these fields are available on the company object or company is a subtype of organization. Right. These are not coming from worker. These are coming from organization or company, which is basically the related business object. Now let's say I want to only pull in those workers on my report. Who belong to a company with the default currency of US dollars. Once again, I only want to pull those workers if they belong to a company, let's say ABC, whose default currency is US dollar, right? Which means I need to build a filter on this currency field, which is basically the one on the company. The default currency for the company. Now the problem is I cannot pull this field directly on my filter. When I go to filter and try adding this field and search for currency, it's showing me various currency options. But this show me anything. It doesn't get me that currency field, right? Let's keep scrolling down. We cannot directly pull any fields from the related business object onto our filter. For that, we have two options. Either we create an LRV or we can add them directly on the subfilter. Now I can go to my subfilter, click on Add. I want to build. What is my requirement? Once again, pull those workers who belong to a company with default currency of US dollars. I can once again go to my subfilter, click on Add. I'll have to specify the related business object based on which I'm building this filter. I'm building this filter on the company business object. I'll select company, and from here I can now add currency. Now, when I search for currency, let's see. This is the default currency of the worker. Now I can say currency in the selection list. And here I can select my currency. I'm selecting US dollars. And when I'm doing that, I'll have to go back to my filter. And in my filter, I'll have to go back to my filter. And in my filter, I'll have to specify the business object on which I have created my subfilter. The business object on which I have created my subfilter is company. I'll have to specify company is not blank. This is how Workday works. It will. When you run this report, it will first come to subfilter. It will evaluate that subfilter. It will basically pool those workers whose company currency is US dollars. Then it will come in here, come to filter, and then evaluate all the other criteria for the filter as well. If you don't specify companies not empty, then your subfilter doesn't work. Whenever you using any subfilter, you can build a subfilter using multiple related business objects as well. I could have come in here and added another business object and on and forth. Now I want those workers whose company currency is US dollars and whose subtype is A, B, C. Once again, if you remember on the company or view, you have also added. Oh, is it gone? That's fine. The company subtype I can add. This works exactly the same way as we create our filters. There are two options once again. Either I add it to the subfilter, or if I don't want to build a subfilter, then I'll have to create an LRV. If you remember, for company subtype, we had created an LURV, and this is the advantage. The advantage of LRV is, similarly, I can build an LRV for currency as well. Right. Instead of specifying currency on the subfilter, I can create an LRV, and the advantage of LRVs, I can directly use my LRV on the filter itself. Now I don't have to specify subtype on the subfilter. This is the advantage of lookup related value, because basically what I've done is, if I can refresh what we discussed last time, we have basically put subtype from the company directly onto the worker. That's what lookup related value does. Right. This is basically what I'm doing. I'm pulling subtype from the company business object and bringing it directly on the worker business object. Because now the company subtype is pulled onto worker, I can directly use it in the filter. Right. Either I can say similarly, I could have created an LORV for currency as well. Let me edit it directly here. I could have created. If we use LRV, we do not need to create a subfilter because we are directly taking a field from related. Exactly. Instead of, let's say, I'm pulling this building. If you see, this is the same currency field that we have used in subfilter, the default currency of the worker. I would rename it and call it currency. Now, because I have created an LRV and pulled the currency from company directly onto worker, now I can directly add. If you see, I can go in here and say in the selection list, and once again search for US dollar or any other currency. This filter that I have built, it's exactly the same as this filter I have built. The only difference is on the filter. You can only select those fields which are available on your primary business object. Because currency is not available on your primary business object, it's available on your related business object. We selected that related business objects and then use the fields of that related business object to build that filter. Instead of that, the easy thing, what I did is I directly pulled that field on to my primary business object itself. Now, because I pulled that field, now I can use it directly in my filter. Both of these are exactly same. Now, I don't need this anymore because now I don't have my. And when I run it, it will only give me those people with. If you see, I've directly changed this field, right? That's why it shows US dollars though the name. That's only giving me those workers who are hired in a company whose currency is US dollar, and it doesn't give me anything, and obviously GMS US has the default. If I go to this company, you can see the default currency specified there as US dollars, right? That is the advantage of lookup related value. What is it like preferred if do we use subfilters if we use related business object or LRV? I always use subfilters. Subfilter. In terms of report performance, subfilters are better. Right. The lesser use of calculated fields. Can you please explain me, sir, that why you used company not empty? Like how would it in the total? Once again, how is this working? Whenever you build a subfilter, you'll have to specify that. That's how Workday report works. You basically will have to take the business object on which you have built your filter or sub-filter. For example, let's say I built my sub-filter on two business objects. I'm selecting, let's say, organization as one of the business object on which I'm pulling my sub-filter. Let's say this one. And now let's see if I can select supervisory org. Or let me take company. If I can take company here. Let's say this one. I'm not sure. Let's see what company hierarchy. I'm not sure. Global modern services belong to. I'm basically saying only will bring me those workers who belong to a company which is part of any one of these hierarchies. This is one of my filter. And again, I'm just adding random filters, right? I'm going to add a management level directly there. I'm just taking this as an example. I have added two subfilters, right? One is on the business object called organization assignments, and then another one is on job profile. Whenever, once again, I create subfilters, this is what I'll have to do. I'll have to go to the filter type or the filter tab. I'll have to specify each of those related business objects. And say, let me first run it this way. And then I'll show you what happens if we don't specify this. Basically, because we added two subfilters, one on job profile and the other one on org assignments. I'll remove everything else. I'm removing this. I'm also removing my hire data. We don't need it anymore. Now choose from tables here. before creating sub-filters. Have you added those in columns as well? No, not required. What you add in columns, it will show in columns. It has no link to the sub-filter and vice versa. I thought we need to use those fields first in columns and then create a sub-filter. Not like that. It doesn't matter, right? With filters or sub-filters is it doesn't matter. This is what I've done and let's run this report. I've removed all prompts. These prompts are coming directly from the new data source that I've selected you. Some prompts also come from the field. This prompt is coming from this company. Hierarchy is also a built-in prompt from this data source. Some prompts come from the data source, some prompts come from the field. Now, this particular prompt is coming from the field that I have added. Some fields come with built-in prompts again. This is how these are all Workday delivered fields. If you add that field, it will automatically add the relevant prompt. If you see, now it is giving me all workers who belong to this hierarchy and who are managers. If I go ahead and edit this report and add management level as well, that will give me that idea, right? Because without this VB, the only reason I also add the column is that we can validate the data, else we wouldn't know. Now we are not sure whether these people are managers or not, right? I'm adding that management level as well, just to confirm that our output is correct. I'm selecting whereas management level U. We can also use search prefix directly here. Now, when I run this, I should have selected that include term related workers as well. If you see, it's only giving me managers. I know that my sub filters, they are working fine, right? What was our subfilter? As if subfilter was only include workers for specific organization type who belong to a management level manager. We can use the same type of service for specific organization type who belong to a management level. If I go ahead and edit my report and remove those two options from filter, or even if I remove one option that from that filter, let's say I come in here and remove job profile. Right now, we already know that job profile is added. It's the second business object on which I built my sub filter. I'm again selecting the exact same prompt input. Let's say I'm going to add a subfilter input. However, this time, if you see it's only working for GMS, I'm not sure. But then now it gives me all management levels. This is how the logic works. Anytime we add a subfilter, we'll have to specify the business object on which that subfilter has been built onto our filter tab as well and say is not blank right. If we don't do that, the subfilter, it doesn't work because this is what links our subfilter. As I mentioned, Workday first evaluates the results based on our subfilter right. And then when we specify job profile is not empty, it will then take those results, which it has evaluated based on that subfilter. And then on top of that results, it then evaluates the filter conditions. However, if you don't specify this subfilter object, then Workday simply starts from the scratch. Once it has evaluated the results based on job profile and organization assignments. If there's no link which connects subfilter with filter, then Workday again re-evaluate the filter and only gives you results based on the filter. You'll always have to specify is not empty. Now let's look at, and the subfilter is always and condition right, not all. It's always. And within subfilter, if, for example, if you specify more options, I could have said management level is this or whatever. Within each subfilter, I can specify once again whatever conditions I want. I can say and or brackets everything, but you can't say the company hierarchy and is and the job profile is for that is yes, exactly within different business objects. It's always and right within a given business object. There you can build whatever condition you want. But when you're specifying more than one business object, it's and. Thank you now. Now let's look at a few other instance related calculated fields. Let's go back and I'll add a few more. I'll remove these subfilters. We don't need them. Let's go back and I'll add a few more. I'll come back to columns and let's add position. When it comes to position, you'll see there are this single instance field, and when I go here, it is basically the worker's primary position. In Workday, we have a concept of additional jobs. This is a single instance field. Once again, let me search for position. Let's first run this report and then we'll talk about it. If I scroll down, you'll find there are other position fields as well, and those are also Workday delivered. If you see this multi-instance field, and when I go here, it basically says contains all positions for the worker, primary as well as additional. I've added these two fields. What I'll also do is I'll go to my filter and add one more condition saying additional job. The advantage is it will only give us those values we are looking at. It will not give us all that extra junk. Let's first run this report and then we'll have a discussion. Alright, now when I run this report, it's giving me 3 workers and I go in here. If you see, for each of these workers, it is showing me something in the position field. It's giving me one option, but here it's giving me more than one option. If I go to these worker profiles, if I go to these workers, you'll find this identifier. Now, this identifier basically means that this worker is doing more than one job right now. This IA identifies that this worker is on an international assignment. If you see here, this worker has some position, Vice President, Sales, right? And if I click it, this person is Vice President, Sales, reporting to Mandeep, who is his manager based out of Chicago in Global Modern Services. But then he has gone on an international assignment and again reporting to Mandeep again. Don't worry, this is all test system. People have created all sorts of junk, but anyways, the idea behind an additional job is in addition to my primary role, I could also be working in an additional position, right? I could have gone on an international assignment even if I've not gone on an international assignment. Probably I'm working on secondment, right, on a different project in the same company, in the same country. I could be working on more than one positions as well. While this is a single instance field, this is a multi-instance field. Right now I have a requirement. I I know that this is the primary position for these workers. Now I want to get, let's say, only the international assignment positions for the worker. If you see there's a separate Workday delivered field which gets me the primary position, but then there's no field which allows me to separately identify international assignees. Then there's this multi-instance field which basically shows all positions of the worker. Now, this is what I want from this multi-instance field. I only want to pull those positions which are related to workers' international assignments. Let me quickly edit. I'm sure there are a few other workers as well. If someone has actually pushed this entire system, let me from filter remove persons pushed. Now let's run this report. This is 3 worker. Alright. Now what I want is I want to create a single instance right out of this multi-instance field. For that I can create a calculated field called extract single instance. I'm creating a cal field of type extract single instance, and the reason I'm creating this cal field is because I can see that for each worker he is on a single international assignment position. Out of all the instances of positions he's on, I only want that instance of the position which is related to his or her international assignment. I'm creating an extract single instance calculated field. I'm creating it on worker CFASI worker I a position right. What is my source field? Basically, this is my source field, right? Because out of all positions and jobs, I want the international assignment positions and jobs. My source field is all positions and jobs. Let's see what is the other field, all of the workers, primary and additional positions. You can only use on a custom data source. All right. Once again, when I click here, if you see this field, it links worker business object with the position business object. This field is not directly available on the worker. Instead, it is coming through the related business object. The moment I select this field, system automatically defaults the position for me, right? Because it's coming through this RBO right now. I need to build a condition right on based on that condition. Workday would extract one instance for me. What is my condition? I only want that position which is related to workers' international assignment. That would be my condition. Let's see if there is a condition already available. Is international assignment office. This is my condition. If not, I can still create a condition if I want to write, and we'll see that as well with another example here. We already have a workday delivered field or a workday delivered condition for each worker. System evaluates all positions, all the jobs that the worker is in, and then checks is for any given position. Is this condition true? If this condition is true, then system would give me that instance right now. In theory, if you see based on this condition, system may still return multiple instances. Let me give you an example, right? Let's say a worker can have many allowances assigned. Now, I want a worker who has, let's say, a monthly allowance. I want a worker's monthly allowance. Obviously, a worker may have many monthly allowances. For example, I could be getting car allowance and I could be getting mobile allowance. When I build a condition saying extract from all the allowances, only get me those allowances which are monthly. Now, for a given worker, a system would return to allowances car and mobile, right? But then this is a single instance field that I'm building. What system would do is it will randomly pick one of these because ultimately this is a single instance field and show it to me, right? Or another example. I want to see performance of the employee now. A worker may have gone through 10 different performance reviews over the past 10 years. He has been working. Which performance review do I need? The latest one. Right. Whenever I'm building an extract, single instance, I'll also have to sort it. If I don't sort it properly, system would randomly pick one and then give it to me right. In the case of performance review, the way I'll sort it is get me the performance review, which is the latest one. I'll have to specify a sort field as well. In our case, there's no sorting required because I know, or at least we can see in the system, that every worker only has one international assignment. It doesn't matter what sorting isolate whenever a given value is not relevant. We simply select is true. These are again Workday delivered fields. I can select any one of these, and the reason I'm selecting this is because I know based on our condition, any which ways, only a single instance will be written here. If the employee has been on the international assignment twice or maybe 3 times, then would which instance? Because this field it only shows me the current additional jobs of the worker. It wouldn't give you the history of the international. For that, I'll have to build it on a different object. I'll have to pull it on worker history, right? Let's say once again, I'm creating a calc field, or let's go in here. Let me take something easier. I'm coming here and I want to pull all organization assignments when I go in here. When I go in here, all right, it shows me that this worker is on, I think this is the supervisory org. It shows me that this worker is on this call center, and out of this, let's say I only want to sort the region he belongs to, right? Once again, I can create an ESI, this field. Once again, it only shows me the current organization assignments for the worker. And in the international assignment cap fee, you're saying any is true. Which one would it be cool? Like, would it pull the first one or the latest one? The reason I'm selecting any is true is because in this case the sorting doesn't matter, right? And the reason sorting doesn't matter because I know this will only return me one instance I would select. Can you think of some relevant example wherein I can actually show you? Just give me one moment, 1 second. I think for our case, how can you remember? I think for our case, thank you. Let's see. I'm thinking, let's take this one. Staffing history approved. Let me go in here and now add staffing history approved. Because this will meet the entire staffing history of the worker. And now we can use the sort field. We'll first run this report. Alright. If you see, it is basically pulling me the entire staffing history of the worker. It shows hire and then this worker was sent on international assignment. Similarly for this worker and this worker. Now let me go in here and instead of all positions, I'm selecting staffing history approved. And I'm saying any is true here. Now, basically what would happen is this is a multi-instance field. When I do that, I have not written any condition. Right? I have selected the default value, any is true. For each of these workers in their staffing history, they have two events. One is hire and they start international assignment. Now what would happen is system would randomly return any of these instances. But now what I want is the latest staffing event for the worker. Now I can put a sort field saying the one with effective date. When I go in here, you will see the date this business process takes effect. I'm saying sort the values that are returned. I have not written any condition. I've basically said any is true. When I say any is true, it is basically I'm saying return me everything. Similarly, when sort I say any is true, I'm basically saying don't sort whatever values Workday is returning. I'm just using that. In this case, I'm not writing any condition which means that I'm going to do that. That means the entire staffing history of the worker is returned. I'm sorting it in an effective based on their effective date. And now I want to sort them in their descending order, which means the one with the highest effective date comes first, and then on and forth. I'm sorting them in their descending order, that the one with the highest effective date is at the top, and I want the first occurrence. Now, when I copy this and I'm going to do that, I'm going to do that. Don't worry about the field name. For each of these workers, let's see what is happening for this worker first. Job worker history. Obviously, their hire was on 1st of Jan 2020 and their international assignment is later 2022, which is fine. Let's see what is happening with this third worker. Why is that? Based on our calculation, we want that staffing event which has the highest effective date. That's what we are looking at, right? Let's see what is happening with this worker. Why is that? Workday, return the hire date. Alright, 2022, 22. Now if you see, because the hire date is exactly same as the international assignment date. Now Workday, once again, this is what happens, right? If you see, this is when based on your sorting or based on your condition, more than one values are true. Then Workday randomly returns anything. If you see for this worker, what is the effective date of their hire? 22. Their effective date of international assignment is also free 8 to 2022. Now Workday cannot make a decision. It randomly returns the hire if they are on the same date, right? Exactly. When you say if based on your condition or based on your sort field, if more than one instances are being returned, then cause this is a single instance, field Workday would randomly pick one of those and give it to you. And the same case is with the ESI, right? If I'm pulling, this is an ESI means extract single instance. Single instance because Workday can only extract one instance and based on your sort and based on my condition, Workday first checks the condition. My condition is any is true. System has basically returned all three staffing events higher and then two international assignees. Then Workday goes through this sorting. Again, all three have the same effective date. It's randomly returned me higher. But for the other two, because based on the condition system still returns higher and international assignees. Here the higher date is, what is it? 1/1/2000 and international assignees is 2022. Now they are sorted in descending order based on the effective date, which means international assignment comes first. And I'm taking the very first instance. Makes sense? This is how ESI works. And the reason ESI works this way is because ESI is a single instance field. Even if based on your condition, based on your filtering, based on your sorting, more than one instances are returned, it can ultimately show you more than. Out of those multiple instances, it can only show you one random instance. That is an ESI. Now, EMI is exactly similar, right? In fact, EMI is easier. 1 minute. I just wanted to ask, when first we were using organization assignment as a business, object or right to extract the single instance. For the in, that would also give the same value, right? Same value. The reason but organization assignment fields doesn't store history. Organization assignments only shows my current organization assignments. Basically, system checks what value is in the field on your source field, and based on that, it will return you value. I used effective date on organization assignments or on the position field. It wasn't of any use because let's say when I joined in 2000, I was a consultant and then I became a manager and then I became a senior manager and today I'm a vice president. And then I'm also on an international assignment. It will not store my history. My positions field will only store my current positions. Right. And that's why I use this one, because here I could have demonstrated how the sorting works. the staffing events can be of different types, right? How does it pick only the international assignment based on the effective date? You're saying exactly, this is correct. Latest staffing event. It will show right. Exact. Staffing history. This shows staffing events for the worker. Hire termination, change of international assignments. These are all staffing events. There can be other events as well. For example, this worker went on leave, but that is not a staffing event. It only shows me the staffing events. But if I want to pull only international assignments, how is it working? I'm not able to understand. Condition you have to add like a true or false. Instead of any is true, I need to simply change the condition. I'll come here. I'll edit. I only want international assignments. Then I'll put a relevant condition. Similarly, out of my positions, I only want international assignment positions. I'll now create an ESI on this field, not on staffing history. Right. You have to select the relevant source field because ultimately all data is in source field. From that source field, you are selecting a single instance. If you want international assignment positions, you'll have to select the source field as this one. Makes sense. It is the field. Because if you're not selecting the right field, your ESI will not give you the right data. If you want international assignment positions, this is what you'll have to do. Once again, in staffing history approved. This just giving you based on the effective date, the latest. Exact staffing history. Exact. And if you want only international assignment. And then I'll again do the same thing. I'll again create a single instance. Right? I'll just call it test. I'll come in here. This time, I'll select the field to all positions or jobs. I'll only need those positions. Here, I'll select the relevant condition. It's the condition that matters. You'll have to decide whether condition is required, whether sort. Now here, if you see, sorting doesn't is not relevant for me. That's why I'm selecting any and I'm saying, right. Here, basically what I've said, out of all the positions, only get me that position wherein this condition is true. And what is this condition? This condition is basically checking is. If you see, this is a Workday delivered condition. This is a field of type Boolean. Boolean either returns true or false. If this position, if you see it, returns true if a position is an international assignment. This is a condition. It's a Workday delivered condition. And similar to any condition, a condition only either returns true or it returns false. If a given position is international assignment position, it will return true. If it is true, then that position will be included in this. It will return history data as well because there's no. No, it wouldn't because I'm not. See again, it returns whatever source field I have selected. What is there in my source field? To know what is there in my source field, you'll have to go to the source field and look at the description. This field, it contains all positions or jobs for a given worker. Because this field contains positions or jobs for a worker, right? Out of that, it will only return me that position or job which satisfies this condition. If you want history, then you'll have to go to the relevant source field. Got it. Workday has hundreds and thousands, millions of fields. In this all positions and jobs, it will only show the positions and jobs that the person is currently in, right? It doesn't show the history, right? And why is that the case? Because that's how Workday has built this field. These are all Workday delivered fields. We are simply leveraging them. That's all we are doing, right? Now, when I copy it, I'm going to run it. All right, all right. And then go in here. If it's only giving me international assignment positions out of this source field, it's now getting me only those values which match the condition. What is my condition? Is this position an international assignment position? It is true for these three positions. You'll have to decide what source field you have to select. Alright, now MI is exactly similar. In fact, it's easier because you don't have to do sorting or any of those things. EMI means you are extracting multiple instances. Right. I just have one question. How do I find all the fields which has history? For example, you said all position. History will fetch out all the history regarding position. And then the only thing is probably let's say I'm building my calculation for the first time. I don't know. I'll probably search for history. There's no shortcut in Workday either. You know the reason. I know this field is there and I was searching for that because I have already used it in my life. It's right. Either you have seen it in some report or basically this is what you'll have to do. Now, I think this is relevant. I'll go in here. Look at the description. Oh, this is not relevant for me. I don't even know what it is. Uh, Then I'll see this doesn't look relevant. Oh, this is not relevant. Oh, this looks somewhat relevant. Right. This is what I'll have to do. There's no other option. But do you know which fields are the most used? Because I know for business process history, it's the action event. For staffing, you said that position history is the one which is the action. Event is the businessness object on which a lot of these action event is not a field. But actually it helps to fetch the field. It helps to fetch out the history of business process. Uh, it's similar to worker, right? It's see, worker is a field as well as a business object. Would you be able to give us the most fields or business objects which would fetch out the history? I can certainly have a look. I can do that. Thank you. All right. Now extract multi-instance is exactly similar. The only, as I mentioned, company and out of all org assignments. If you remember, we were looking at all the organizations for the worker. Now let's say out of all org assignments, I only want company and call center. Now my source will is, if you see the difference, you only have to specify the source field and the condition. Right? The reason sort field is not required is because this is a multi-instance field. Right? Here you can pull multiple instances. Here, because you can only select one field. And Workday gives you an option to sort and then specify what instance you want to select. Now I'm going to organization assignments. When I go there, system automatically populates the relevant business object. Now I want to build a condition. In our first case, we took conditions which were either already there or or we simply selected any is true. Now let's say I want to build a condition. In that case, I'll have to build a condition on the related business object. Whenever we build a condition, if we have to build that, we need to build it on the related business object. What is the related business object in this? In this calc field I'm building, it is organization. Right. If I come in here and click on create calculated field, I'll have to build it on organization. What is a condition? As I mentioned, it either returns true or false. And we looked at some Workday delivered conditions as well. Right. For example, this condition, it always returns true. This is also Boolean. It always returns true. Right. If we want to build our own conditions, then the function is true or false. That's the function we use. EF, I'm saying organization, and I'm saying company or cost center. Now, I only need those organizations whose organization type Once again, a worker may have many organization assignments for each or the assignment. For example, I may belong to GMS company. I may belong to Office of CEO Cost Center. I may belong to some IT help-led supervisory org. I may belong to some custom org. Each org assignment system would check and see is that org assignment related to a company or cost center, because that's the condition I've written. If it is true, system will only return that. Right. I have created a custom condition for myself. Once again, whenever I'm creating a condition, I'll have to do it on the related business object, not on the primary business object. Let's go in here and add to. But not more. I'm gonna show you all of two graphs, and then we're gonna record a couple of years. I'm adding my calc field, but just that we can visualize, I'm also adding the main field that we can actually see what was there in all the assignments and what does this calc field return. I'll also remove that filter because it's only getting me. I'll go back and say first person is not blank. Alright, alright. I'm not sure if that was the right filter we selected. I'm not sure if that was the right filter we selected. It's blank because we don't want a person who was pushed. We want a person who was not pushed. It's a person pushed is blank. Alright? If you see it's this worker has all these or the assignments, including some custom orgs, but then it's only returning me call center and company. Right? Here it's giving me multi-instance. Multi-instance field can return you 0 instances or 1 instance or many instances. Right. Worker may not have. If you see, this worker doesn't have any org assignments at all. And that's why my multi-instance field also doesn't return anything. Multi-instances can be 0 or 1 or more than 1, but a single instance will either be 0 or 1. Multi-instance, I just have to specify the condition. In single instance, I'll also have to specify the sort order or the value based on which it has to be sorted and the sort order as well. Alright, that was extract single instance and extract multi-instance. Alright, make it on, make it on. Come here. Alright, it will be entirely different from all the processes. Now, when you come to related objects, you'll see two types of relationships. One on the left hand side, it says links to related business objects, and then this another section on the right hand side which says link from related business objects. Anyone know what is the difference between these two? For example, let's go back to that requirement I mentioned yesterday. My first requirement was I had given you two requirements but in a different layout. The first one was get all workers or employees, whatever, and their land details and the plans that are assigned to them. The second was get all plans and their associated workers. In the first case, the requirement is I get an employee, the details of the employee, and the plans assigned to the employee's salary plan, car allowance, mobile allowance, and on and forth. In this case, as we already discussed yesterday, the requirement would be to build my report using a PBO of worker, and then I want to get the details of the plans. The RBO that I would be using to get the details of the plan would be compensation plan or any related. At this point in time, we are not looking at technicals. Let's say it is the compensation plan. I'll get all the related details of the plan. For example, the plan amount, the plan basis, and all the other details, plan package. I'll get that from the compensation plan. The reason I'm able to get these details because there exists a relationship. If I go to PBO Business Object Worker, there exists a relationship between a worker and a compensation plan. Similar to how there can be a relationship between a worker and a position, let's say CEO. In this case, this worker occupies this position. But then there's also that inverse relationship. This position is occupied by this worker. There can exist one-way relationship between objects, or they can exist two-way relationship between objects. Now, this is what this table represents, that relationship. When you come to related business object, currently I'm looking at the plan. Now the left hand side, if you see, it shows those business objects that are related to the compensation plan. On the left hand side, you see there are 16 business objects that are related to the compensation plan. For example, in this case, it would be if I'm building a report on the compensation plan, let's say salary, how many other business objects data can I bring onto this report? It basically says if my primary business object on a report is compensation plan, how many other business objects data can I get? The answer would be 60. If I click on any one of this, let's say frequency, if you see, it says if you want to get data from frequency onto compensation plan, then you use frequency as the field. There exists a link between compensation plan and frequency. And this allows me to get that from this related business object onto compensation plan. But then if you look on the right hand side, it shows the inverse relationship. It basically shows how many business objects compensation plan in turn is related to. Compensation plans are of different types. We have bonus plans and stock plans and on and forth. Now, if you see the difference, you can get data from frequency business object, which is the related business object, onto compensation plan business object. And then this is the reverse. You can get data from compensation plans and its sub business objects, which is bonus and stock, onto compensation review. On the left hand side, it basically shows those business objects that compensation plans links to. On the right hand side, it lists the business objects that in turn have links to compensation plan. This represents a two-way relationship. For example, a worker links to a position and a position links to a worker. Once again, if you go to a worker business object and come here and search for compensation plan, it says if I'm building a report on the worker business object, then I can get data from compensation plan because compensation plan is a related business object. But is the reverse true? If I'm building a work report on compensation plan, can I get data from worker? I can as well. If you see, this is a two-way relationship. If I am building a report on the worker business object, I can get data from the compensation plan. Similarly, if I'm building a report using compensation plan, in turn I can get data from worker. Either I can see here or I can see here as well. It's the same thing. When I search here as well, you'll see that compensation plan exists here as well. And it shows me the same relationship because from compensation plan, you only have one link to worker. Similarly, from compensation plan, you only have one link to worker. From worker, you have 17 links. These are the fields that you can use to get that data. We'll have a look at that in a bit. Make sense? This denotes the relationships between the primary business object and the business objects that it relates to. Not all relationships are two-way. If you see here, compensation plan only links to 16 other business objects, but in turn 43 other business objects links to compensation plan. Understanding this framework in turn. In fact, Workday reporting is very simple. But understanding these nuances and bringing them into your reporting, that takes a bit of time and that takes a lot of practice. Once you start working through your reports, you start getting a grasp of this. But the concept itself is not very hard. It's simple, just a bit confusing. Right? This is what these two sections show us. Now we were talking about the fields and we saw single instance and multi-instance. In addition to single instance and multi-instance, there are other field types as well, right? As we saw yesterday. In terms of field types, we have seen single instance, multi-instance. Now there are other field types as well. Let me go back, and I think the report that we had created was, what is the search prefix for a report? RD or RD's report definition. This was our report that we were building yesterday. Let's go ahead and edit this report. Alright, I'm adding a field called worker. Now, in addition to single instance, multi-instance, there is another instance field and it is called self-referencing instance. Now it is identified by this icon here. When I click here, if you see, this is called a self-referencing field. Now the reason is this field is called self-referencing. This field, if you see, is a worker. It links worker with the worker. Business object, right? Worker is a business object, but within that business object there is a field called worker right, which gives me the worker name and worker details. If you see, it says identifies the worker and enables you to view and access related details and actions of the worker. Similarly, on position business object, there would be a field called position right. That is a self-referencing field. There's no difference in terms of how you use it. It's just a distinction. Any other field when you search it. If I search for position, right? And go. This field, it is position field, which links worker with position right. And that's why it's known as an instance. The other field, because it's available on the same business object as it represents, it's known as a self-referencing. else there's no difference, right? Can you please repeat that once again? All I'm saying is, let's say I have worker business object. The name of this business object is worker, right? Or let's take a simple example. The name of this business object called position. Now, this position has many fields, right? For example, the position title, the effective date of the position, the status of that position, and on and forth. The employee who occupies that position. But in addition to all of this, there would also be an instance field which is also known as position, right? When you use this field on a report, this is a business object. This business object would have a field called position, right? When you use this field, it will show you the position details, the position name, and position description. Now, this field, if you see, it's called position. It's an instance field which identifies a single position. But then this field is available on the position business object itself. It doesn't link to any other business object. On the other hand, on worker business object, here there would be a field called position. These two are different. Different in the sense this field, it links worker business object with position business object. This position field, it links to itself, or I can put it the other way, it identifies itself. That's why this is known as a self-referencing field because it doesn't link position business object to any other business object. Whereas this it is known as a single instance field because in this case it is linking worker to position. Similarly, this because it doesn't link to any other business object, it is known as a self-referencing field because this field it identifies a single worker. Let me show this on report and then it will make sense. Here I'm taking worker. Let me also add full name. And then I'm adding position. And then I'm adding position. This position is on the worker business object. I'm on the left hand side. I'm taking worker. On the worker business object, I have this position field which links to worker. I'm taking this. Now let me add position. This very the same field that I referenced here. And within that, let me search for position. Right now, if you see, the icon changes because this position field is available on its own business object. Here it's called a self-referencing field. There's no difference. That's how Workday uses the naming convention. Within position, there are hundreds and thousands of positions available. Each position is an instance, as we discussed yesterday. We have a position called CEO, you have a position called VP Sales, VP this, you have a position called Consultant. This field identifies each of these instances, but then it doesn't link to any other business object. That's why this is known as a self-referencing field. Here this position is also same, but Workday has put it technically or in terms of its architecture. These are two different fields that Workday has created. This field links worker to this position, but in terms of how we use them, it doesn't make any difference. Here, this employee, can you how will the report output differ? That's what I'm saying. I'm going to show you now. There's no difference. Maybe the layout and how it looks may be a bit different in terms of how Workday shows their output, but as such, there wouldn't be any difference. That's why I've added both those fields. If you see, here the only difference is because this field, if you see, both have exactly the same data. It's just that the layout is different. Now, why is the layout different? Let me start with here. As I mentioned, this is that self-referencing worker field that I had picked. On the report, which is based on the worker business object, I took the worker field and this was that self-referencing field. And as the description said, this identifies a single worker in my system. It gives me exact same data as this field, which is again a text field. As I mentioned on the worker field, there's a field called worker name. This gives me the worker name as well as this gives me the worker name. The difference is this is a text field, a plain text, which means I cannot do any additional actions on this field. Whereas on this field it is an instance field, which means I can open it and perform any other actions. It identifies a worker itself. That's the only difference. Now here, this is the position field which is on the worker business object. Because this position field is on worker business object, Workday doesn't show the name of the worker because this field is already available on the worker business object. This, any which way, shows me that this position is linked to this worker. But then, because this is a self-referencing field, just the way this field shows data is a bit different. It shows me the field, the name of the position, which is exactly the same, but it also shows which worker is linked to it. That's it. That's the only difference. As I mentioned, it doesn't matter in terms of how you use them on a report. It doesn't make any difference. It's just that this is a separate distinction in terms of the field type. There's something called self-referencing field. This field will be available on the same business object as the name of the field. This is a self-referencing field for position. This is a self-referencing field for worker. Whereas this is a single instance which links worker with a specific position. That's the only difference. Apart from that, there's nothing else that we need to know. Right. We have self-referencing fields. As I mentioned, they link a business object to itself, or the other way to identify them is that they are available on the same business object as the name of that field itself. That's the only difference. The next field type is a text field. Now, as the name suggests, this is plain text. For example, your age. Your age is plain text or number, right? The 23 or 35, whatever. I cannot do any action on it, right? From here at least, I cannot change it. It's plain text. It gives me the same information, but then because this is a plain text field, I cannot do any action on it, right? Plain text field is identified by a T icon, which is basically text. I open the report side by side. If you see, a plain text field is identified by a T icon. T is text. This is also Workday delivered field and it's a text field which is available on the worker business object. Now text field do not have any relationships, right? Because they are not instances. They do not link to other two different objects. They are simply some piece of data to represent up the object on which they are right. This is an attribute of the object itself, right? It doesn't link any other business object. We have field of type text. Now it depends on how your client wants to see the output. They may say we don't want anyone to take any actions from this report. And in that case, you will simply have a text field. This is another field type, for example, age. Now, age is a numeric field. If you see here, this is again a Workday delivered field and it's pure number, right? Let's see, this should be some calculated field. Someone has created a custom field, don't worry about it. This is the numeric field and it's the worker's age, right? And it will give you plain number. Then the next field type is of type date. For example, your date of birth, right? Now, date of birth is a field of type date. If I go here and it is identified by this icon, numeric field is identified by a hash. Date of birth, it's a field of type date. Your hire date, again a field of type date, right? The payroll run date, a field of type date. This is once again a Workday delivered field which identifies the birth date of the worker. Let's quickly run this report and then we'll have a look at other field types. This user doesn't have access to see this information, or if it's 0, probably. This is strange. It would have shown plain number. I'm not sure why it shows this way. It will show plain number 23 or 45 or 36 or whatever. And this is the date of birth of the employee. Now, in addition to numeric field, there's another field which is of type currency. The difference between numeric and a currency field. Even currency is a number. For example, if I may add, let's say, if you see, this is a field of type currency. A currency is also an amount, right? It will show you your total base pay amount. But the difference between a currency field and a numeric field is that a currency field would also have the associated currency symbol or currency code. When I say your total base pay is 100, I would also have to specify 100 what. Is it $100, 100 pounds or 100 rupees, right? The difference between a numeric and a currency field is that it is also associated with the currency code, which means whenever you use a field of type currency, if you go to the options here and if you search for currency, you can show the currency either symbol or code. Let me add both of them. Symbol, it will simply show a symbol. For example, a dollar symbol. But then if I select this option, Show Currency Code column, it will show a separate column with currency code. For example, USD or GBP, right? The difference between a numeric field or a currency field is that currency field also comes with the associated code. Let me see if I can search on a numeric field. I don't have the option, right? Because a numeric field doesn't have the associated currency value. I'm quickly running this. This is that show currency symbol. The reason this shows is because I selected that option, show currency symbol. And then I also selected that option which was show currency code column. Because I selected that, there's a separate column which gets added which shows me the currency code. We have fields of type numeric. We have fields of type currency, which is now. There are some interesting calculations we can do with respect to currency, and we'll have a look at that later. Which is number plus the currency code. And then we have a field of type. Text as well, right? We have a field of type. Now, when I run any report, there are two ways I can run, right? Either I can run it in test mode or I can run it in the run mode. When I run it in test mode, it will show me the first 10 values. Even if there are thousands of records, you want to quickly test something. You don't. Let's say there are 10,000 records. Now, every time you make a small change and you want to test it, you wouldn't want the report to run for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, right? Instead of running the whole load every time, you want to quickly test something, right? Then you can run it in test mode. It will give you the first 10 records, no matter how many rows of data are there. You can quickly check some information that you want to. That is a test mode. When you run it in run mode, then it will give you full output based on the filter and the data source that you have selected. Let's see what data source I have selected right now. I've selected workers for HCM reporting, right? And I'm basically taking all active workers. If I will not talk about this for now, let me take all retirees. This is what I was showing, right? When I select this data source now, it says it allows you to get the details of the retirees. I'm not making any other changes to this report. Let me now run it. If you see, it doesn't give me any information. That's because in my system, there are no retirees, right? The business object that we selected, it allowed us to identify the fields or the columns available on this report. And the data source that we select, it identifies the instances that this report will return or the rows that this report will return. If I change this report data source, it will then give me data based on the data source value. Similarly now, if I select my reports or my direct reports and run it, I'm running it in run mode, not the test mode. Let's see how many rows of data it returns. It is returning me 306 items because if you see, these are those 306 workers who are managed by Lubin mechanism, right? If I run it through the access of some other worker, let me proxy as this worker. I don't know who he is. He shows us executive assistant. No, that's fine. Let me take someone who is a manager. Let's take this person. He shows manager information analysis. This report is not shared with him, right? Where is security profile? She doesn't even have access to proxy. That's fine. That's fine. If I run this report as this worker, then it will show me only those employees who are managed by Megan Morgan and on and forth. Alright, that's what data source does. It identifies the rows of data that your report returns. Now, having looked at this, let's add some simple calculated fields. I'm not sure why age is not. The options field is only for currency, it's not for any other. Others as well, they are available, but then it doesn't show. It will only show based on the relevant value. For example, age. If you see, because it is numeric, I can use sum or average and on and forth, minimum, maximum. It only shows relevant options based on the field type you select. If I select age and then sum, then what would it sum? Before that, you have to. If you're doing grouping, then it will allow you to sum. That's a different concept. We'll have a look at that. When we come to sort, that's when we'll have a look at sum and other options. And in this report, if I take out all the fields and the business objects except the first one, how would the report output look like? It will give me just the first option. It doesn't matter. But how would it look like? All the employee, only the employee name, or just the employee? Report will also always gives you the output based on the fields that you have selected. If this is the only field I have selected, it will just give me the worker name. Each field acts independently. It doesn't matter if there is no other field on this report and just this field. It will give me just the worker name. Alright, let me add up some simple calculations on this report. The first thing that I'm adding is age. I'm adding date of birth. I'm also adding the worker's hire date. Now, what I want is I only want those workers whose age is available, right? When you hire some person, you may not enter his date of birth, right? It's optional. You may even not even launch that edit personal information process. Now, when I run this report based on the data source that I have selected, it will give me all workers in based on that data source. What is? I want to put an additional filter that I only get, and the reason I'm putting it now is because I see those blank ages right. I only want those workers whose have a date of birth value right. I can go to the filter tab and put any additional filter. As I mentioned yesterday, the data source acts as my primary filter. And then on top of that, I can put any additional filters based on my requirement. My requirement is only get me those workers whose date of birth is not missing, right? Or whose date of birth is available. I can go to filter tab and I can add a filter. If you see, this is very similar to how if you've worked on business processes, the business process calculated fields look. or if you've worked on compensation plans, your compensation eligibility rules. Look, this is the field based on which I want to design my filter. What is my requirement? Only get me those employees if their date of birth is not empty. I can search for date of birth. This is my date of birth. And I'm selecting the operator. I'm saying date of birth is not blank, right? We'll talk about this in a bit more detail later. I basically want out of all active and terminated workers. That is the data source I have selected. I only want those workers whose date of birth is not blank. Let's once run this report and then we'll add our calculations. Fingers crossed. I'm not sure why age doesn't show up. Report has been filtered using masked field. Data. Oh, what is masked fields? Is that hidden? That's why I think this is a new feature. We were discussing it. This is a new feature that has come in some of the latest releases. Let's. That's why I cannot see that age, because if you want certain sensitive data to be not visible, we can mask it. Mask recruiting on. Maintain. Let's see if I can disable masking for now. Disable data mask. Have a look at this task. They have masked persons, date of birth, person's birthplace. Usually what Workday does is, and I'm sure since you are already in Workday ecosystem, you're already aware when a new feature is released, it will come with limited functionality because this is a first iteration, I believe. There are only few fields that can be masked. But then over a period of time, Workday will keep adding to this right, and then it will give you additional functionality. All right? Let's see if my report gives data error now. Now there's no error. And that's why now I know it was giving me those starts. All right. Now, if you see, it's only giving me 91 workers. And that's because there are only 91 workers whose date of birth is not blank, right? And this is the numeric field. It gives me the numeric field value. This person's age is 50. Now I have a very simple requirement. This is the age of the person, right? Which is basically today's date minus his date of birth, which is 45 years. Now, what I want is now. This may not be, this is just a hypothetical requirement, right? Let's say I tell you, can you please get me the age of the worker as of their hire date? What I want is, this is my worker population and their age. What I want to understand is, what is the age at which I'm hiring my employees, right? I want to do some analysis on that data. Can you get me the age of the worker as of their hire date? Or how do you think you can get me this information? Obviously, there's no Workday delivered field, right? Which to get this requirement. Now, how do you think I can get this information? I need once again the age of the employee as of the date of their hire. If you see the calculated field, right? Yes, we'll create the calculated minus hire date. What we'll do is not system date minus as of hire date. What we need is the age of the worker as of their hire date, as of the date they were hired, which means we need to find the difference between their date of birth and their hire date, right? That's what will give me the age as of the date they were hired. Now here we have our answer, right? When we create calculated fields, we create them using different functions. Now there are two ways I can create calculated fields. One is global calculated fields. The second one is report specific calculated fields. Let me edit. I can directly create a calculated field from the report itself, or I can create a calculated field using the task. Create calculated field. This is the task for creating a calculated field. And when I go in here, I'll select the function. This is what determines what that calculated field would do. Or the other option, as I mentioned. Now this calculated field that I create, it can then be used throughout this tenant by other reports as well, right? This acts kind of my global calculated field, which can be used in any relevant report, right? Or what I can also do is I can create a report specific calculated field, and that calculated field will not be visible, will not be or cannot be used in any other report. I can go in here and create calculation field for report. That is the only difference. Everything else is exactly the same. Now, as I mentioned, a field identifies the attribute of a business object. We have Workday delivered attributes. Name age in this case is a Workday delivered attribute. Now we are creating a custom attribute. This is once again an attribute of the business object. Whenever I create a calculated field, I'll have to specify the business object for which I'm creating this calculated field. Business object is a required field. Now, this does two things. The first thing, it determines on which report my calculated field will be available. Because this calculated field I'm creating on worker business object, which means this is an attribute of worker business object. That means any relevant reports which have worker as the primary business object or the related business object can use my calculated field. But at the same time, it also determines which all fields can be used on this calculated field. Let me show that. Here, what we basically want is we want to find the difference between hire and date of birth. For that, I can simply search for date. And as I mentioned, the function identifies the type of calculation that your field does. There are quite a few date-related fields. What I want is to find the difference between two dates. I'll select date difference. Alright, I want to find the difference between two dates. And that's why I'll select a date difference and I'll give a name. Different companies have different naming convention, but this is a generic naming convention which I've seen being used in most of the projects. Usually we go by CF, which stands for calculated field, the name of the business object or the name of the function. Here I'm using a function DD, which is date difference or LRV, look up related value EMI, ESI, and on and forth. A function to identify what that calculation does. Here I'm saying date difference, or I could have said date difference, right? The business object on which this calculation is being used, that is worker, and then a short description, right? I'm saying age on hire. Now the advantage is when someone searches, they look at this description, it will give them a fair bit of idea of what this calculated field does, right? When they search, probably I'm searching for a field called age and this field comes up. Now looking at this, I know this is a date difference on the worker business object which finds the age on the hire. I need not go inside and look at the calculation. It gives me some bit of idea as to what that field does. Always sensible to give meaningful names to your calculated fields. And this is the naming convention I have always used for all my reporting, right? You'll find some variations of this naming convention. CF date difference, worker age on hire. Now here, I need to find the difference between two dates, and date is the higher date. Start date is the lower date. Now, obviously the higher date is the bigger date, right? End date is the bigger date, start date is the smaller date, right? I want to find the difference between higher date and from it I want to subtract the date of birth. Alright, as I mentioned, the business object that you select, it serves two purposes. The first is that now I can use this calculated field on any report which is based on worker as a primary or related business object. And it also identifies what fields can be referenced within this calculated field. For example, let me create another calculated field of the same type. Right, I'm again creating calculated field of type date difference. Right? But this time, let's say I'm creating it on a job profile just as an example. Right, I'm giving it a name test. Right now, let me search for hire date. If I see that field is not available, right? The reason I'm able to reference hire date within this calculated field is because this field in turn is based on either worker or one of its related business objects. The field business object that you select here serves two purposes. First, that identifies on which report or reports this calculated field can be used. But then it also identifies what fields in turn can be referenced within that calculated. Right? I cannot find hire date here because hire date is not available on job profile. It's not related to job profile at all. Right now, the next part, I can find the difference in terms of months, right? I was 10 years at the time of my hire, or I was 120 months at the time of my hire, right? The difference can be found in terms of years, months, days, hours, and on and forth. Now, wherever you have these numeric calculations, you'll always find written 0 on error. What it does is if there is some error, let's say for a given worker hire date is not available, just hypothetical example, right? Now, in that case, your report will error out, right? Instead of your report, because that data you cannot subtract some value from no value, right? In that case, your report itself will not error out. That particular column will give you zero value, right? For example, if I'm running this report for the full population and a given worker doesn't have a date of birth, then it will not error out, right? And this especially happens during your currency calculations and other fields, and we'll have a look at that later. It will simply give you a zero value instead of your reporting giving an error. Always advisable, wherever this function is available, select that unless you have very specific reasons not to select that. Now my calculated field is ready, which means I can copy my calculated field, go in here, and I can add my calculated field. This is a new attribute that I have created for the worker. That means it can be referenced in any report which has the worker business object. And now, when I click on All Right, I'll have to check. This is a new functionality. I'm not sure why it behaves this way, but any which ways. Now it will give me the difference between the date of birth of the employee and their hire date. Now, if you see, this is the name or the technical name of the calculated field. That is not what you want your users to see. Instead of that, what you can actually do is you can change the field label. I edit this report. Or not just calculated fields, you can change the field label of any of the other fields. Here, you can go in here and override the label. I want to override the label as age or higher. If it is a numeric value, then you can also select the format. For example, you want to show 2 decimal places, 3 decimal places, or anything else that can be done. You can go in here and select the format. You want 1 decimal places, 2 decimal places. You can show percentages. You can also select the format. The reason this format option opens up is because these two are numeric fields. Any questions till now? Alright, now what I have one question. For this age dependent on the hire date, can we use lookup related value or just this calculated? No, we have not used lookup related value, right? No, I'm asking, can we fetch the same data with a different calculator field, or this is the only solution? If you want to find the difference between two dates, then the only solution is date difference. Look up related values or any other field. Those are used for a different purpose. If you want to find the difference between two dates, then this is the only calculated field that you need. But I can use like lookup related value and then age and then as of hire date, right? No, lookup related value is a completely different concept. That comes up. You remember we spoke about that you can only get data from one level, right? Now, if you want to get, let's say, data which is 2 level deep, then you use something called LRV. The concept of LRV is you want to look up, as the name itself suggests, you want to look up value of some field. That's when you use LRV. We use, for example, I want to create, now we wanted to create that data on job profile, right? The same calculation. create calculated field, right? When I went in there and selected job profile, I couldn't. Now, when I go to date difference, when I search for date of birth, or when I search for hire date here, I'm not able to get those fields. That's because those two fields are not available on job profile itself. I want to get those fields onto job profile. That's when I'll do an LORV, get data, birth and hire date onto job profile, and then I can do the difference. Lookup related value is only used, or the purpose of an LRV is when certain field is not available and you want to get that field, then you do an LRV. We will talk about that. For what scenario have you used LRV? Like lot of stuff where you need to create like a job site, like you need to fetch a job title of a worker as of hire date or as of termination date. Any which is since you have asked, let's talk about LRV first. For example, let I want to build a simple calculation. Now what I want is I want to put, let's say, one more filter. I only want to pull those employees whose company subtype is, let's say, every employee belongs to a company. Let me add a filter here or a field here, and I'm saying company. Right. Now, in turn, I go in here. Let's assume now again this is you can deliver Workday reporting using multiple ways. Let me run this. I should have a filter as well, but that's fine. Now what I'm doing is I'm getting, this is how we need to understand this for each worker. This is the company that worker belongs to. These are all of type company. That's fine. For each worker, this is the company that they belong to. And then I'm going into the details of company itself and looking at the subtype of that company. I could not have pulled this information directly on worker. That's why I use that company as the link. Some new opening. Be a worker once again. This is what I've done, right? This is a field that I'm going to use to look at the subtype of that company. Company which is directly available on the worker business object, or I can put it this way. This field, it links worker business object with the company business object. Now this field, if you see when I go to subtype, it is available on the company which is a subtype of organization. It is available on the organization business object. This has no relation to worker at all. I'm getting the details of the company right. But how am I able to get it? I'm going to that one level down, which is what we discussed other day. Now I'm going to the company level, and from company, I'm getting the details of that company. I'm going one level down and getting the details of that level. Now what I want is I want to put a filter and say I only want to get those workers whose company is, let's assume, A, B, C. Let me go to this company and just for the sake of it, let me change this. And just for the sake of it, I'm changing the subtype. Let's say I want to select that company whose subtype is talent pool. Just as an example, my requirement is, can you get me all those workers who belong to a company with a subtype of talent pooling? Now, how do you get this requirement? You want to get the details of this particular field, which is available on the company business object onto your worker. Now what I can do is I can create a lookup related value. Now this is what I'll do. Before I go there, if I go to related business, object search for company, and I'll select this link. This link that you see here, right? This link identifies that I can get data onto worker of company using any one of these options. The reason I built this report, I selected company here is because using this field or using any of these other fields, I can get data from company onto worker. And that's why if I have to get the details of the company, I use those fields. That is what this link identifies. When you see 5 or 16 or 7 or 2, it basically says I can use this field or this relationship to get data from this business object onto this business object. That is what this number of links represent. And that is why I'm using this company to get details of the company onto worker. This is how we read it. And this is what this link means, right? The link shows that suppose we want some fields on business object worker from related business object company. These 5 fields, we can use it in our field section. And without using, there's no need to use calculated field. We can just go one level here. Exactly. That is what this link represents. Similarly, for example, if I go to compensation plan, there are 17 links. Now let's look at only the standard links for now. If people would have created some calculated links as well. These are all calculated links. Basically what it says is that's fine. If I want to get details of the compensation plan onto worker, then I can use any of these links. And many of these you'll find are LLRVs. E says of this is what these links represent. It represents These are the fields that you can reference to get data from related business object onto your primary business object. Can you please explain LRV once again, what exactly LRV does? I'm coming to that. I thought I'll first also clear this bit. Now, this is my requirement. What I can instead do is I can create an LRV. This is how an LRV is created. I want to create lookup related value. I've not come to that yet. This is when we talk about LRV. As I mentioned, lookup related value. It allows me, as the name itself suggests, it allows me to look up or get value of a related business object onto another business object. Here I want to get the value of the company subtype directly onto worker. I'm creating a calculated field CFFLRV worker and I'm calling it company subtype. And I'll click on. Now here I'll select company because company links worker. If you see the moment I select company, if you go back and if you remember we can. Another restriction of an LRV is we cannot select multi-instance field or an LRV. When I'm building an LRV, I can only use these three fields. Basically, what I'm doing is the moment I select company, if you see it directly says this gets grayed out. It is, let me repeat, remove that. The moment I search for company, if you see, it shows me only single instance fields. One restriction or limitation is when I'm building an LRV, it only shows me company benefits here and somewhere down it will also be here. It shows federal withholding company. It doesn't show me these multi-instance fields. We cannot build an LRV using multi-instance field, but any which ways. This is how you need to see this. The moment I select company on the worker business object system, knows that this field links worker business object to the related business object, which is company. That's why this company here gets grayed out. Now, basically from this related business object, I want to get the subtype. Now, what am I doing? What I've done is on the worker business object, I have fetched the details or the subtype from the company business object. Now this field, which basically includes company subtype detail, I have brought it directly on worker, which means now I can copy this, go back to my custom report, edit it. I'll actually come to each one of these in sequence. The reason I'm talking about LRV now is because you asked. But any which ways, we'll talk about all of this in detail, which means now I don't have to go to company and get this information. I can directly search for this field. It also gives me the exact same data. But then the only difference is now I'm getting company subtype. Let me rename it and let's run this report. We'll see there's no difference. Both these gives me the exact same data. The only difference is I'm getting the value of company subtype, a value which is available on complete directly onto worker instead of having to go to company and get that information. That's the only difference. If you see both of them give me exact same data, but the only difference is here I'm not going to company and getting this value from there because I have created an LLRV to get it directly fetch that value onto the worker itself. Now this is a new attribute of the worker business object. And I can read this attribute as the worker's company subtype. Now, how is this helpful? This is helpful. In the case of job profile, I'm not able to reference hire date. Now, how do I do that? If there is an option available, then I can directly get hire date onto job profile that I can find the difference. Else, if you see I cannot create a date difference calculated field on job profile, within I can subtract hire date from date of birth. And the reason is these two values are not available directly on job profile. Had there been a requirement, what I could have done is I could have created a LRV wherein I could have brought hire date as well as date of birth from worker on to job profile. And now I could have found the difference. Make sense? LRV is only used when you want to get value of some related business object onto another business object. Here I'm directly getting this value onto worker, and that's why I'm able to reference this onto worker. Now the advantages, it has advantages as I mentioned. I can actually go in here. For example, let's say I want to put in a filter. I only want those workers whose company subtype is, let's say, some A, B, C or whatever. Now, if you see here, if I go to filter and search for subtype, I cannot directly get the subtype here. This subtype cannot be brought onto filter. When you create a filter, you can only create a filter using those fields which are available on the primary business object. Let me repeat that. When you create a filter can only reference fields from the primary business object. There is an option called subfilter available, but then instead of that, what you could have done is you want to put a filter once again. The requirement is, I only want those workers whose company subtype is some A, B, C. Now the problem is I cannot directly put that field here because I cannot build a filter using subtype. It's not available on the worker business object. What I've done is instead I have created an LRV. Now the advantage of this LRV that I've created is I can use it for my filter. Those are the scenarios when we create LLRV, when there's actual need, because I need to build a filter and this field is not available, or I need to do some calculation again. For example, job profile, date of birth minus hire date, but I cannot do that because those fields are not available. That's when I'll do an LRV and get those fields that I can do those calculations. To summarize, like lookup related value, it does not help you fetch the data right. It only helps you to bring that related business object onto the business object right. That's the purpose of an LRV, lookup related value or lookup the value of a related business object. I can read it that way. Now, if you see, I'm building a filter directly on this subtype. Before creating any custom report, we first analyze the business object and then the related links, and then decide on how to create it right. Right. What you usually do is, you'll see I need 50 fields on my report as per your requirement. Now, let's say 40 of these fields I can get from compensation plan. There is another way I can build this report using, let's say, job profile. Again, I'm just giving an example. I can also build the exact same report using job profile, business object, but then that will allow me to get only 35 fields directly. That is how I'll analyze different business objects And then I'll say this particular business object allows me to get 40 fields directly. I'll use this business object, and for the remaining two, I'll build calculations, whatever are required, right? You'll never come across, especially when you are working for projects. Reports are not as simple as you have 20 fields and all of those fields are available on A, B, C, and you just go ahead and build it. There would always be a requirement where you need to build LRVs, extract single instances, multi-instances, date differences, on and forth. We'll talk about all those fields as we go through this class. Alright, that is a LRV. As I mentioned, the plan is to not talk about LRV now. We'll talk about instance-related calculations later. For now, I'm just talking about simple calculations, right? And then we'll slowly build the momentum to get to those instance-related calculations. There's another calculation I want to create. For others, does this make sense, what we just discussed? Now let's say I want to create another calculator. And first we'll look at date-related calculated fields. There's another calculated field which is called build date. Now, for any purpose you want to build a date, you can use this function called build date. Now I cannot think of a logical example, but let's go ahead and see how this calculation works. I'm saying CF build date worker. I'll just call it calc. What are the components of a date? It is day, it is month, and it is year. These are the three calculate components of a date. Now here, build date. As the name itself suggests, it allows you to build a date by selecting the value of these components. Let's say the year. I want year to be constant, a specific year. I can come in here and select, for example, 2999. Now 299 is not available. We can get 29 as well. We'll talk about that. For now, 2022. Let's see if it is available. If you see, these numbers are not available, right? And these are simple, plain numbers. And Workday, when you create calculations, these numbers are not automatically available to you. For that, I can create another calculated field. If you see, all I need is a constant number, right? I can create a calculated field called date constant. I'm creating another calculated field. I can create it two ways. Either I can create from here, going to the task, create calculated field, or I can create another calculated field directly from here. I can come in here and I can create another calculated field here. In Workday, one calculated field can be referenced inside another calculated field, which in turn can be referenced by another calculated field, and on and forth. Right now, I need to create a calculated field which is a constant number, let's say 299, right? I can directly come in here. I'm creating another calculated field. Now let me search for constant. There are three types of constants I can build: date constant, numeric constant, and text constant. In this case, I need a numeric constant. As the name suggests, I simply want a constant value. I'm creating a numeric constant. Now, in general, right, when you create these constant values, the recommended approach is you always create it on the global business object, because if you see, this is number which would be used or which needs to be used in many other places, right? Any field that is available on global will be available on any business object. If you see here, when I come and let me add another field on my board. If I come here, add another column on my report, and then when I go in here, you see there are different options available. Here it shows global fields. Now, these are all those fields which are available on the global business object. Any field which is created on the global business object can be referenced anywhere in any of the report, irrespective of the B of that report. When I come in here, you'll find there are three types of constants or many types of constants. For example, when I go to numeric, you'll find 1, -1, 0, 1, 2, 3, and many of these constants were created by someone. These are all, if you go in here, these are all numeric constants. Similarly, if you come to date, you'll find many date-related constants. 1st of Jan, 2nd of Jan. We'll talk about these values later. Someone has created 1st of Jan 2010, and this is a calculated field created on global type date constant. Similarly, if you come to text now, text can be A, B, C, hyphen, these are all text constants. Now another approach when creating these constants. If you see, someone has created this constant called exam2 or whatever. Now it is not very intuitive. Whenever you're creating a constant, the recommended approach is the name of the constant should be the same as the value of the constant. I want to create a numeric constant called 2t99. I'll name it as 2t99. Else, what happens if you name it as CF hyphen global some numeric constant? It's not very intuitive, right? When someone is searching, they'll search for 299. The name of the field should match the name of the constant. Again, this is a recommended approach or a best practice. Created on the global business object, the name should match the name value. This is just the name when I click on this. Is that value right? Had I given it any other name, it would have been difficult for people to search it. This is how I can create constants, right? Numeric, similarly, if I select text, I can add any value A, B, C at the rate, hyphen or whatever. Now I have created another calculated field of type numeric constant, which I'm referring within this calculated field, which is built in right. I want my year to be a constant, a specific year, a specific value, which I've just taken a random example of 2099. Now let's say month. I don't want a specific month. I want month to be calculated dynamically. And let's say I want month to be extracted from, let's say, date of birth of the employee. Now I'm searching for date of birth, right? And they, let's say, again, hypothetically, I want it to be extracted from the hire date of the employee. Searching for hire date. Again, as I mentioned, this is just a hypothetical example I'm taking, but then this will give you an idea of what bill date does, right? And once again, Let's say a given worker doesn't have hire date or date of birth, your calculation will error out. You don't want that to happen. You will say return blank date on error. Now let's go ahead and run this report. I'm adding, not on company, not on company. All right, let's run this report. Let me know when it's time to stop. Now, if you see how it looks, because I selected the year to be a constant value, it always gives year as 299. Right? Now, what did we select the month as? We selected the month to be from the date of birth. What is the date of birth of this employee? It is March 1970. March is the month which is extracted here. Similarly, September is the month of his date of birth which gets extracted here. And what did we say the day is? From the hire date of the employee. The hire date is the one which gets extracted here, right? Here the hire date. The day is extracted from the hire date, which is what comes here. The month is being extracted from the worker's date of birth and the year is a constant value of 299. Alright, that is our bill date function. Again, very simple, nothing complex about it. For bill date, this is function. What are all these scenarios? I'm just thinking, what are all these scenarios? We can utilize this bill date function because this scenario was, I think it was not realistic. If you could give like a real life scenario, that would be great. Sure, let me think about it. I actually couldn't think of anything else. And that's why I mentioned. Usually, there's not usually a requirement to create a bill date. I do not. I cannot remember if I have created a bill date in at least last 1.5 year, not in any of my requirements. But again, let me go through my own tenant and see if there is any scenario I can think of and give it to you. Can we use this as in a scenario like, for example, a person is getting terminated and we want to keep the access of this worker for the 90 days because 90 then become the constant. I'm just thinking. And for that, we have a different calculation. Different calculation. We'll talk about that. There's a different calculation available, and I'll talk about that. And that is much more easier than this. But let me think of a scenario. As I mentioned, it's not used frequently. I do not remember using it for at least a year and a half. At least, I never had a requirement in the last 1.5 year. But it could be used if, like a certain department has to apply for an exam on a certain date. And like everybody has the same date of the exam. I'm thinking only that scenario. Then you would simply create a date constant, right? Let's say you're all for all of you. The exam due date is 31st of March 2022. Now you don't have to build a date. You'll simply create a date constant. Again, let me come in here. All I'll do is I'll come to create calculated field. And let me show you the date constant as well. Wouldn't it create the same data whether I use build date or date constant? It will create the same data. But then if you see date constant, that's what I mentioned. There could be many ways to get you the same result. But why do you want to use build date when date constant is much more performance in terms of performance and in terms of it's much more intuitive, right? All you need to do is, if you go to constant, all you'll have to do is select date constant global. Let me simply call it 31 March 2022. And if you see, this is much more simpler, right? You'll 3 March 2022. Whatever. Right? Instead of you going there and creating this calculation, both will give you the exact same result. Then this is what you would use. Alright. For the other requirement that you mentioned, we use something called increment and decrement date. I'll talk about that. There is a scenario and I'll show you how that works. We'll talk about all those relevant functions and we'll give you a certain logical sequence. Having talked, there's another date field called format date. There's another date field called lookup value as of date. We'll also look at that. Let me go to lookup value as of date. Let me remove this filter first. I'll go in here. I want to get the name of the manager. I'll come in here and I'm getting the name of the manager. I'm selecting manager level 1. Alright. Now this is giving me the current manager of the employee. For example, for Maximilian Schneider, let's go to his profile. And I want to get the name of the manager. Let me go to the profile. His current manager is Steve Morgan, right? That's what the report does. If I go to manager history from job, let's take some other worker. Someone has pushed all data. Have any one of you worked on data purge? No, but I know what data purging is. Maybe in one of my projects they wanted to use it in a no-show business process somehow. Again, it's very simple function. Someone has pushed all person's data, this is a problem when you give a function. I want to get access to people. Let's see this worker. Now let's say I actually want you. I'll say I do not want or I want the current manager for an employee. But along with that, I also want to see the manager or who was the manager for the worker. Let's say when they were hired. Or for now, if I want to keep it simple, who was the manager of the worker as on 1st of Jan, let's say 2019, just an example, right? Now, how do I do that? For that, I can create a calculated field called lookup value as of date. This is the value of the manager of this employee as of today, right? But then I want to look up the value as of the hire date of the employee, right? What I can do is I am going to create a calculated field for that. Which is called lookup value as of date, right? Again, very self-explanatory. I want to look up certain value as of a given date. On worker CF lookup value as of date or worker manager on hire. All right, what is that I want to look up? The manager of a given worker. I'm selecting manager. I'm looking at the manager of a given worker. Now here I have two options. I can look up the value as of a specific effective date. I want to know the manager of the worker when the worker was hired. I can search for hire date. Right. Or here again I can create build again. Doesn't make sense. I can create a date constant. For example, my requirement was 1st of Jan 2019 or 9. Can you get me value of manager as of a given date? Again, I can create a date constant here and then use the date constant. But let's go for hire date. There are two values here. One is what it says is it doesn't matter when the manager was entered. Right. For example, when I'm hiring an employee, I do not hire an employee on the same day as he's joining my company. I would have hired him in advance with a certain effective date. It says, I'm basically saying I want to get the value of the manager of a given worker who was effective as of this particular date. It doesn't matter when that data was entered. Or I could have also said it doesn't matter when was the effective date. What I want is I want to get the value of the manager which was entered on this particular date. I can get this value for this object which was either effective on this date or which was entered on this date. Maybe I want to get the manager which was entered on 1st of Jan 2009. That itself could be effective, let's say on 31st of December 2009. It doesn't matter when that effective date is. This entry date, is it related? Sorry, Tamble, go ahead. This entry date is related to the business process. Thank you. Can you please explain to me what is that business process thing here? Like, how does it relate? Business process is the date that process all these transactions that we do in Workday. They're all done in terms of business processes. For example, how can I change the value of a manager? Either when I'm hiring an employee, the manager gets assigned, or later as well, let's say through a job change, right? I can initiate a job change today, which is effective, let's say on 1st of May 2022. Then what is the entry date? It is today. What is the effective date? 1st of May 2020, right? The entry date here refers to the date that particular process was launched. Got it, got it. Thank you. In this scenario, which process it's going to see? It doesn't matter. Here we are not referring to anything. Irrespective of when it basically checks here, it is looking in terms of this object value. Once again, it doesn't matter if I select 1st of Jan 2009 here. It doesn't matter whether that change happened through a change up or any other process. Maybe that employee was directly hired and there's no other change up. It will simply say, see who is the manager as of that date, irrespective of through which process that manager was added. But when I'm adding an entry date, then it will check the closest available business process through which the data was entered. It could be hired, it could be a change up, it could be any other process. In this calculation, we can either add data as of effective date or entry date. We can add both. We can add both. But the data would be like the outcome would be different, right? Because let's say if I entered him like I entered him and the manager was like XYZ, but then I cancelled that transaction and I added a new transaction and the manager was different. Which one would it pull? What happens is you can either select one value or both values. Now let's say I've only selected hire date, right? Our system will only check as of the hire date of the employee who is the manager. Or let's say I only select 2009. It doesn't matter. Let me make it simple. Let's say I select 1st of January 2009. Now what system would do is, as of this date, who is the manager? Maybe you initiated a change up, you cancelled it. You initiated a hire, you did 10 different changes. It doesn't matter. All system does is, as of this date, who is the manager of a given worker. And that's what it does right. Now let's say you entered both these dates. Or maybe you just select 2009 year. Then it will check as of this date was any transaction for this worker. And if there was any transaction, who was the manager that was entered? This is clear. What happens when you have both these values? When you have both these values, system first checks the effective date. It will first check what is the value here. What is the value that you are getting as part of this date? However, the value is black. Then it will go to the entry rate criteria and see if it can get any value through this criteria. It will. If the entry date is 2009 and the hire date is 2011, then it will give me the return value of 2011, right? Right. And this comes in very handy. Many times you get requirement. And can you get me the value before change of and after change of, right? Can you get me a certain value of an employee before a given performance review? Or can you get me the value as of hire or as of certain value? That's when we use this lookup value as of date. Alright. What I want is, I don't want that person, all those first person. I'm saying person first is blank, right? That we don't have to go through that data. I want to make sure that I have the right data. I want to make sure that I have the right data. I want to make sure that I have the right data. Sorting it in descending order to see if there is any value. It's not getting me any value. Let me quickly create. And this is where we use the other calculated field, the one you mentioned. Let me quickly go in here. First, it is called increment or decrement date, but it's not getting me any data as of date, as of hire date. What I'm going to do is I'm basically going to add one date, one day to the hire date. I'm not sure if it is because there's no data or all data is pushed. Let me quickly first. Increment or decrement date can be used if you want to add a number to a date or subtract a number to a date. Here to hire date, I want to add one day. What I'll do is I'll take hire date and I'm adding one date to it. I'll explain this a bit more. Let me quickly first create this. And instead of hire date, what I'll do is I'll use hire date plus 1 onto my calculation. First, let's see if it gets me any data. A lot of data is being pushed. Now let's run this report once again. This is strange. Is it because the data has been pushed? I'm not sure, because even if it doesn't give me on hire date, let me select instead of 2009 year a recent date. Let's say 20. 1st of Jan to constant. To what? It's getting me data as of 2020. Let's see if there's any difference anywhere. With this worker, it shows, let me open this worker. The current manager is William Bells, but the manager as of 2020 was Logan McNeil. The current manager is William Bales. The manager as of 1st of Jan 2020 is Logan McNeil. It is giving me data managed from 2019. Let's see when this worker was hired. 9/24 to 19. Let's have a look at Steve Martin. Let's have a look at Logan McNeil. I'm not sure if previous history is not being maintained, and that's why it's not giving any data. First at 2000. Summary. 1st of Jan 2000. This is strange. It should give me data for higher date as well. What I'll do is I'll create this calculation in my own tenant and have a look, and then maybe I can present it to you. But then this is the logic. This is how it should work, the way it gives me data as of now. Let's see who is for Logan McNeil once again. Manager history, Steve Morgan. If I go to Logan, then the current manager is Logan and the previous manager was Steve Morgan. That's fine. I'll have a look in my own tenant and you guys can also try in your tenant, and then we can actually discuss this again next time. But then this is the logic, right? If you directly select hire date, it will give you the value as of that date. Any questions? No, not from me. Any of these which are not working, this could be because of the tenant. What you guys can also do is you can check in your tenant as well and see what output it gives. Let's close for today. Please do like, share, and subscribe to our channel. For more information, contact us sales@therightuptalk.com.